for this morning at 11 a.m. Would you please call the roll?
Commissioners Cavell,
Here.
Coel,
Here.
McGilvray,
Here.
Powell, Charles,
Present.
Long,
Here.
Moss,
Here.
Markham.
Here.
I'm sure you have a quorum.
Excellent. Next up, let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, I need a motion to approve the minutes from July 28th. Commissioner Long, supported by Commissioner McGilvray. All in favor of approving the minutes, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. The minutes have been approved. And now I need approval of the agenda. Moved by Commissioner Moss, supported by Commissioner McGilvray. Any comments on that? All in favor of approving the agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. And I will make one comment before we move into public comment. We were talking about potentially moving the budget hearings up a half an hour because our regular agenda is really quite short this morning, which would accommodate all of us and make it go a little smoother. But Mike also said, well, yeah, but we told the public we were going to hold budget hearings at noon. So maybe, does anybody, I see everybody's kind of wobbling their head. Commissioner Moss, do you have a comment?
Yeah, if it's been officially noticed for noon, it's officially noticed for noon, and I don't think you have the time to be able to repost it. I could be wrong if we've got a
No, we
parliamentary
don't have
expert.
time to repost it.
Then we don't.
Okay. So we will stick with the agenda as noticed, okay? And with that, then, I'll move into public comment. Is there any public comment today?
Just the one thing.
Oh, please come to the microphone and introduce yourself. Yeah, we have to say the pledge twice if you're at two meetings. You have to introduce yourself twice if you're at two meetings.
That's okay. Thank you, Commissioners. My name's Catherine Kennedy. I'm from Lake Orion. And for the Budget Committee meetings, it would be very helpful if there was a way to have actual budget data to look at. There's a note for a time, but it doesn't have any connection or any notice to tell you where to go to find anything. And normally the agendas will have a package with a link that actually takes you to the document that you're supposed to be reviewing and talking about. But in the case of the budget hearings, it's not there. It's just a department name and a time with no other information there. So again, transparency is the number one issue for me with any government. But what I'm seeing here is very concerning, and it's very important that we do maintain the government's right to know how the money is being spent and how it's being allocated, what types of policies are being implemented. So that's the one thing that I would really like to continue to request, that there's actual data available at the time the meetings are posted, that the meetings would be posted preferably a lot longer than 18 hours. I don't know when the Open Meetings Act got changed to a minimum requirement of 18 hours. It used to be 2 weeks. I know that from prior decades ago participation, but I don't know how it came to be 18 hours, that's all you need to review 600 pages anyway, and call that an open meeting. So that's my main concern. I appreciate the staff that brought me the file for today's meeting, so that I do have some documentation to review and explain how to access it. But I would actually ask if you could put a little index maybe on the web page to tell the public how to find things. It may be in there, but if it's not linked to the document that's pertaining to the discussion that's being held, I don't know how you find it. So I would appreciate if you could maybe consider that also. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Does anybody else have any public comment? Okay, I'll close public comment at this time. I will just mention, we don't normally respond to public comment, but I will mention to you, Ms. Kennedy, you do bring up a point that we all struggle with, which is where do we find the information? This information was published to us and to the public, 6 weeks ago now, 4 weeks ago now, a while ago now. So this is what we're all using too. And I will admit, it is not easy. We're all sitting there plowing through this too. So I like your suggestion. We do know for the budget hearings in advance what pages they're on, and it could potentially be possible to do something with that. So I'll talk to staff and see if we can somehow link to that, because you're right, it's out there, but it's, 500 pages, and it's hard to follow. I know I have trouble following it, and I'm the chair of the Finance Committee, so, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Okay, with that, we will move into communications. I need a motion to receive and file all of the communications. Commissioner Charles, supported by Commissioner McGilvery. Does anybody have any comments or questions about anything under communications? If not, would you please call the roll?
Or you can do a voice vote.
Can we
if
do a
you'd like.
voice vote? Okay, well, all in favor of receiving and filing the communications, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. The communications have been received and filed. I'd like to note that Commissioner Powell has arrived. And we're going to move on to the regular agenda, starting with item number 1, information technology contract extension with North Stand Communications through 2022 -005700. I need a motion. Commissioner Charles, supported by Commissioner Kowal. Good morning, Mr. Tim.
Good morning, Commissioners. So the first two items actually are both contract extensions related to our voice telecommunication system. And as I've been here before, hopefully you're all aware and familiar, we have a multi-year long-term project to replace county communication systems, which includes core network infrastructure, kind of behind the scenes, in the walls, et cetera. Also our voice telecommunication system, and the third phase of that is Wi-Fi. So the first phase of that project, UCC, our Unified Communication and Collaborations, that first phase is complete. Our second phase, the voice over IP, we are actively in the middle of, and also we have done some of the Wi-Fi implementations as well that you're also aware of. So this particular set of contracts, these two, are related to the voice telecommunications. These are contracts for our legacy systems. So this first contract with North Stand, they provide time and materials support for part of the voice telecommunications system, and we believe that we will be complete with that voice over IP implementation onto the new system in the next 6 months, and we need a contract extension on the old system for that 6-month period. So it is an aging technology. It's beyond aging. It's over 20 years old for a voice phone system, and this is an extension of the existing maintenance contract. So I'm seeking your approval to extend for 6 months.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions? Commissioner McGilvery.
Just one comment. It seems like whenever we get contract extensions, a lot of them comes from IT.
Yes.
And, that just kind of goes around the whole bidding process. And I understand every time the reason is because, well, we got to get through this term and then we'll have new equipment. And, well, IT always is getting new systems and new equipment. And I just have a real problem not going through the bid procedure every time this happens. So I just want to make that comment, that's all.
And if I may, I mean, we are 100% supportive of that policy and process. I do not take my responsibility in executing that, as well as the obligation I have to bring extension requests here to this committee. I don't take that lightly. we are constantly balancing, because of the cost of IT infrastructure in particular, there's always a balance between the cost that it takes us to do the initial implementation and integration of a contract, and then the cost that it takes to bring in a new vendor. And that in many cases, the commodity price difference, because so many things are commoditized in the technology arena, the price difference isn't significant enough to override the cost of re-implementing. And in this particular case, again, this is an end-of-life particular contract that, yeah, there are no other vendors to do this particular service on this particular piece of equipment.
Okay.
Commissioner Cavell, and then you had it followed by Commissioner Kowal.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I wanted to echo what Commissioner McGilvery said, because I remember earlier in the year you came before us with a one-year extension, and I thought that was odd. For this one about the extension for 6 months to finish the project, once the project is finished, will there no longer be a need for this contractor or this vendor?
Correct.
Okay. Thanks.
Yes, we will decommission the legacy phone system, and the need for maintenance on that will go away.
Cool. Thank you.
Commissioner Kowal?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Mr. Tim. And I do agree with Commissioner McGilvery, because my question was going to be how many of these extensions that we had here in the last, say, since this term began and then last term. I understand there's a lot of mitigating circumstances right now, what with I think everything got delayed because of the pandemic, initially going through that, and I understand the nature of the beast of IT, but I too am kind of questioning a lot of these contract extensions continually going forward. So.
Yeah, again, it is something that I scrutinize very heavily with my team, with the IT staff, and frankly with the departments that we support, because in many cases it's software or an application or maintenance that supports the business operation, and you know, we have somewhere in the order of 200 contracts that we manage, and most of them are 3 to 5 year kinds of durations, and I'm very aware of how expensive they are. And we want to be supportive of that bid process. So I would estimate, and I can get you a report I can bring back to this committee, how many of them we have in an extension mode versus, because I also have dozens of projects that go through the RFP process. We're replacing our firewalls, which is a core piece of infrastructure. That's in a bid right now. We're replacing our what's currently McAfee endpoint protection on our PCs. That's going to be going up for a bid. Our email security system is in bid evaluation right now. So we do, as often as we can and as much as possible, continue to follow that bid and RFP process.
Well, I do understand. It's just all the same. It's a little bit concerning, so thank you.
Understood.
Anyone else? Commissioner Cavell for one more time.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say I didn't realize you had 200 contracts, so I appreciate that context.
Okay. If there's no other comments or questions, please call the roll.
On item number 1, Commissioners Kowal,
Yes.
McGilvray,
Yes.
Powell,
Yes.
Charles,
Yes.
Long,
Yes.
Moss,
Yes.
Cavell,
Yes.
Markham.
Yes.
Madam Chair, you have 8 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you. Okay, item number 2 then is information technology contract extension with Windstream through 2022-003-621. Moved by Commissioner McGilvery, supported by Commissioner Charles.
Thank you, Commissioners. So Windstream is a telecommunication vendor that provides, when our phone goes out to the outside world, so they are that function of a local exchange carrier. as well as provides our access into the long-distance network outside of this region. So again, they're a critical supplier and provider today, and these contracts will also go away as we finish the implementation of Voice over IP. Voice over IP, we are implementing a system where our phone will run out of the cloud. It will be done over our internet circuits, which is a whole separate contract. The internet will take you out to the cloud, and that's a separate contract that was negotiated. And then once it's in the cloud, our VoIP vendor distributes the calls, including running them back here to the county or to local offices or long distance if that's needed. So this contract and set of contracts we need to extend while we're implementing, but it will be canceled as soon as VoIP implementation is complete.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions? Commissioner Cowell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is this part of the, I understood that, and correct me if I'm wrong, that when people weren't in the office during the pandemic, that they could not call from their working at home to pick up messages that were left in their voicemail? Or,
No, they could still access their
Okay.
voicemail.
but there was no way to actually allow things to ring through, in other words?
What we have with our very antiquated system, I can assign a programmer to forward a phone, but it takes a programmer to move a phone from your desk, for example, to your house. I can do that, but then it takes a programmer to undo it or to forward it somewhere else. With the new voice over IP system, we'll all be able to do that with our own phones, and we can send them anywhere. We can send them to our cell phone or whatever. So that's a different, a different piece of the technology. This is really just our access out into the public phone network, this contract that we're talking about.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Charles?
Hi, Mr. Timms. I would love to have you answer if you're aware of any percentage of downtime that might occur, just like a standard, or I should say uptime of 95% or anything like that, if you have those numbers. And then actually to the chair, whenever I think about the cloud, a lot of people think it's like actually in the sky. But you and I know that it has a carbon footprint, and oftentimes a very significant one. And so as we're moving forward with our sustainability, sometimes these are those, you talk about the hog where you keep things plugged in and you walk off and it's been plugged in a year and you didn't realize it. Those are some of those areas where I think could be easily overlooked. So I just want to make sure that we keep that in the back of our minds as we talk about sustainability.
That's a great point.
Yep, and we're 100% behind you and support that as well. I believe, I know I have pulled up documents. I believe I've sent them to Commissioner Markham, and we have a committee under the administration as well looking at sustainability. We do use an Amazon cloud. Amazon Web Services is very public about their footprint and the work that they do. I can tell you that the technology that we are replacing in our data center has a far greater footprint because it's physical wires. It generates a lot of heat, requires a lot of air conditioning, and the servers that will be used in the cloud, like a lot of technology, people will tell you this is more compute power than sent a man to the moon, right? And that's hard to believe. But that is part of what happens. And you're absolutely right, it's not a good assumption to just say it's in the cloud, so it's free and it's sustainable and all of that. But we have done some research with our providers to ensure that that's part of their project as well.
Good, thank you.
They sent the man to the moon with slide rules.
I know, and I still know how to use a slide rule, and I own one, so there.
Is that an abacus?
Almost.
What is a slide rule? Yeah.
No, I have a really good slide rule. I mean,
Oh, and Commissioner Charles, I'm sorry, your question about uptime. The uptime on the phone system has been much better than 5 nines over the last several years. The phone system has been very reliable. We have had some outages in the last 3 weeks related to the voicemail system and the auto attendance, but the phone system itself has maintained its uptime and stability.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing no one, I will ask you to call the roll.
On item number 2, Commissioners McGillivray,
Yes.
Powell,
Yes.
Charles,
Yes.
Long,
Yes.
Moss,
Yes.
Cavell,
Yes.
Colwell,
Yes.
Markham.
Yes.
Madam Chair, you have 8 yeas, 0 nays.
All right, motion carries. Next on the agenda is another IT, Information Technology, third quarter 2021 Development Appropriation Transfer. I need a motion. Commissioner Cavell, supported by Commissioner Long. One more time, Mr. Tim.
All right, thank you, Commissioners. Hopefully, this is a more standard part of our process in terms of, as we've discussed before, IT being a proprietary fund, the cost relief, the revenue, if you will, that we see in IT comes from the general fund, and that is authorized, appropriated through this resolution once per quarter. These numbers are calculated based on time tracking that we do in the IT department for the projects that we deliver and the support we provide to those departments in the county. So this is a quarterly transfer of money from the general fund into the IT fund to support that.
Okay. Anybody have any questions? Commissioner Charles.
Yes, thank you. So I'm just looking at the development summary, and so if you wouldn't mind making sure that I understand, it's basically saying the account numbers of the fund, what that division is, what the April to June expend or fund uses were, and that the year-to-date is what we are allocating from the general fund, if that makes sense.
So today, what's in the resolution is just that third quarter, April to June. The year-to-date describes what has been allocated through the fiscal year so far.
Gotcha.
But the resolution itself is just for this quarter.
Just for this quarter, right.
Which is the 1.3 million?
So there's basically 4 categories. One is development, so that's new project work that is done for general fund departments. And then there's development for non-general fund departments, like WRC, for example. We do all the IT for WRC, and we charge them, but because they're outside of the general fund, it's a separate charge out of the 4 charges that are outlined here. And then in addition to the development, there's also what we call support and maintenance. And that's also broken out by what are called county departments and non-county departments, but it's really general fund and non-general fund.
Thank you, that's clear. Thank you.
Anybody else? Seeing no one, let's call the roll.
On item number 3, Commissioners Powell,
Yes.
Charles,
Yes.
Long,
Yes.
Moss,
Yes.
Cavell,
Yes.
Colwell,
Yes.
McGillivray,
Yes.
Markham.
Yes.
Madam Chair, you have 8 yeas, 0 nays.
All right, thank you, Mr. Tim.
Thank you, Commissioners.
You're welcome. All right, with that, we have budget hearings, which are supposed to start at noon. Commissioner Moss.
Do we have other business?
We do have other business. Let me go back to the agenda.
And then can I bring something up under other business?
Let me ask Pam, could we do other business now? Because we have a couple of items. We have receive and file from Lynn, and then Chuck has one as well. So we can go ahead and do that before the budget hearings, and we're still in the meeting. Okay.
Sure.
All right, well, let's move into other business then. And Commissioner Moss, we'll start with you.
Yeah, nice spur of the moment thing here. A lot of discussion before the meeting about the inadequacy of the restrooms in the Board of Commissioners that are not ADA compliant, which strikes me as at this stage to be utterly unacceptable. I would like to know. I would like our committee. I don't know what we do or how we do it to immediately start the process to making the Board of Commissioners bathrooms, restrooms, ADA compliant. What's it going to take? I don't want us to study it for 35 years, but it should be something we should get on it. So what do we do? Do we want to have do I move that the Finance Committee immediately says that we will begin the steps to make our bathrooms ADA compliant? Is that a motion? Is that within? Is that good? Is that bad? Is that how we do it? Who knows?
I just had a comment.
Maybe Chris
I
Ward
just had a
knows.
comment.
Well, of course, Chris, without a doubt.
I'm just losing control of the meeting here, so.
I'm not either, but it's a process.
All right, Commissioner Powell.
Mike, you can let him go first.
Okay, Mike, you want to comment?
Who knows the process?
I just had a funny comment.
Okay.
Now,
You want to match wits here?
No. I was gonna say I'm happy you feel like that because Gwen Merkel been talking about them for how long?
3 years.
Okay, so guess what? We got 2 of them now.
Yeah, so now it's time.
Let's really pistol it,
let's move on it.
to get done.
Yeah, let's move on it. Sir.
Madam Chair, I think with the expression today by one of the committee members is that definitely the Chief of Staff, Patty Dibb, would probably reach out to the Executive's Office and the Facilities Management Team to come in and give you maybe their interpretation of what would need to be done, and then they can work through fiscal services and management and budget to come up with the funding sources and the financial aspect of it. So, and then we could maybe request, I think the motion might be is that a report from facilities management that includes some fiscal impact to it that be presented to the Finance Committee at one of their future meetings.
Okay.
I move what he said as long as we do it in 2 weeks. Can we get the report back in 2 weeks? Sure we can. Okay.
And we need a support to that.
We've got a
Support.
second.
Commissioner Powell.
I'm supportive for you, Gwen.
Okay. All right. So the motion is
Thank you,
what
Chuck.
Mike said, but to come back in 2 weeks with some sort of evaluation. Okay. You want to call the roll?
Sure. Just to be clear, so it's a report from Facilities Management regarding making our restrooms ADA compliant.
ADA compliant, right.
Okay. Commissioners Charles,
Oh, we'd like that in 2 weeks.
within 2
In
weeks.
2 weeks.
Thank
Or
you.
at least our
Thank you.
next finance,
Are we gonna have a
right?
bathroom
Which would be
within
in
2 weeks?
2
You guys are really.
Report.
Just a report.
Now,
Just a report.
We'll be in porta
I'll settle for 3 for the bathroom.
If we get a report in 2 weeks, it's gonna be good.
That's a yes.
Right.
A yes for me.
Okay, thank you. Long,
Yes.
Moss,
Yes.
Cavell,
Yes.
Kowal,
Yes.
Gilvray,
Yes.
Powell,
Yes.
Markham.
Yes.
Madam Chair, you have 8 yeas, 0 nays.
Okay. And also under other business, Lynn Sonkus has come today with the current amendment report. And we will need to receive and file this, but good morning.
Good morning. So just like last week, so we'll provide this to you on a weekly basis. We'll update it in the 3 sections. For Section A being resolutions that have been adopted by the Board of Commissioners, showing you what the impact is to the overall county budget. We still do not have any Section B amendments that relate to personnel requests or changes to the county exec recommendation. And then Section C amendments, which would be any type of new initiatives, could be an initiative for a project for updating the restrooms or any cleanup items that need to be done. So
Any facilities. We should need to
With-
be ADA compliant.
with the amendment list that you have, sent to you electronically and given you a hard copy, the new items that are on the list are in Section A, A6, A7, and A8, which are all resolutions adopted by the Board of Commissioners on July 22nd. Most of those being an impact to Special Revenue Fund, A7 being the friend of the court operations. So no significant impact to the overall general fund operations. I will say that A6, which related to position changes for the district court that you heard several weeks ago, did have a slight impact on the general fund operations, and that is reflected In A7, it was a minimal amount of roughly $2,000 in a given year. So overall, no significant changes to the overall general fund budget.
Okay, questions? Commissioner Kowal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is not necessarily a question for Ms. Sonkus, but it does say Finance Committee resolutions or amendments that have been made by Finance Committee, but there are a lot of resolutions these days with fiscal implications that go through other committees and directly to the board. So I want to know how that's all
I
reflected
will,
here.
if I may,
Okay.
I will just add that these are all resolutions through all committees. This is just being presented at the
Okay.
Finance Committee. So
All right.
once the board is taking up the adoption of the budget on September 29th, there will be a Finance Committee amendment, or a Finance Committee book, budget book, that will include the recommendations and any changes that happened during the budget hearing process and amendments that went through the Board of Commissioners. So this is a comprehensive list of all resolutions that have financial impact from all committees.
And I appreciate that, but it should state that, because this is summary of Finance Committee amendments, and these are amendments also that went through other committees.
So we'll just reflect that it will say budget
Thank you.
amendments.
Thank you.
Commissioner Moss.
Would it be possible, without it being incredibly onerous, to put the source of the amendments, whether it's Lago or whatever, so that we know that the source of it is not finance if they don't come through
Sure,
finance?
what committee it originated with, yes, we
Yeah,
can do that.
sure.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, so we need to receive and file. I need a motion, Commissioner McGilvery. Commissioner Kowal supports. All in favor of receiving and filing the,
I have a question.
before we go, Commissioner
Yolanda
Charles?
I just simply wanted to know, is this something you guys receive all the time, or is this something new that Lynn has kindly compiled for us?
This has been a historic practice of providing this amendment list during the budget hearing process.
Great, I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. So all in favor of receiving and filing, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. All right, we're done with that. Okay. So we will take a 24-minute recess between now and our budget hearings, which are scheduled at noon. And everybody try to be back here right at 12 o'clock.
Charlie.
Thank you.
I'm kidding.
Do better. Do better.
Yeah,
Okay, we're going to reconvene the Finance Committee meeting to begin our budget hearings. I was under the impression the prosecutor was going to be here. Oh, she's coming? Okay, good. Well, we'll give them a second to get here. And does everybody have this packet, which staff has prepared for us today?
Yes.
Okay.
You can go straight up, Ms. McDonald.
So what this packet consists of is, the staff has very nicely pulled the data out of the big books for us for each one of these departments. And they've made a nice little bar chart, bar graph for us in each department too. And they've suggested some potential questions that we might want to ask, but everybody's free to ask any question that you want to ask. So I see the prosecutor and her team are here today.
We are. I'm Karen McDonald. This is my Chief Assistant, David Williams, and my Chief of Administration, Betsy Haig.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Welcome. So the way we've been doing these is we just ask you to go over the highlights of your budget, what's new, what's big, what's important for us to be aware of, and then each member will ask you some questions if they have some after that. So, welcome.
Welcome. I understand the purpose of the initial statement is to inform the committee about recent changes and initiatives. There are many, and I will happily list them. However, I've submitted a budget with significant increases, and I feel I owe the committee and the taxpayers of Oakland County an outline of the critical reasons for this. While this is in no way meant to disparage the prior administration, it is necessary to point out the need for more funding since I took office. In the prior 12 years before I took office, there was no need for a chief of administration because capital improvements were not requested or allowed. Ripped, worn 20-year-old carpet and stained walls were considered sufficient. Technology such as monitors and screens to view evidence and training techniques or Zoom meetings were not needed. Evaluations of attorneys were not conducted, ever, thus leaving compensation increases arbitrary and APAs unaware of what was needed to improve. Interaction with from outside the office, countywide employees and leaders was forbidden. In short, there was nothing to administrate. A policy and training chief, which I've also included in the budget, was also not needed because for 12 years, outside training was forbidden, even if it was at no cost. The office did not participate in the Prosecuting Association of Michigan, or Haven, or Care House. Outside organizations that provide prosecutors critical training were not permitted, thus leaving prosecutors often stumbling in the dark and increasing the risk of violent criminals being acquitted or defendants' constitutional rights being violated. The office did not participate in any of the many problem-solving courts all over the county, which resulted in minimizing the impact we can have on addressing the underlying reasons people come into the criminal justice system. The prior administration did not believe racial disparity exists, thus eliminating the need for data gathering and policies to address it. It also did not recognize that wrongful convictions exist, and certainly would not engage in funding a conviction integrity unit. Similarly, there was no need for a chief of litigation, which I've also included in the budget. Vital tasks such as evaluating all of the county's juvenile lifers were not performed, even after the United States Supreme Court mandated it. Instead, all but a few were summarily passed over, and the assistant prosecutors were instructed to continue to advocate for life without parole sentences. Oakland County had one of the fewest cases where the prosecutor sought a term of year sentence. Plea agreements and charge amendments and approvals by a chief were not time-consuming because they were in most cases not allowed. In short, while it may first appear that this was saving the county money, in fact, it was doing the opposite. Incarceration is expensive. Failure to train results in inefficient and less effective lawyers. A refusal to collaborate with other county departments and stakeholders leads us to duplicate efforts and miss opportunities to work together in ways that reduce costs. A workplace that includes 30-year-old kitchenettes and boxes of files unorganized and unattended to in the hallways does not make employees want to stay. A revolving door of employees costs the county money and resources better devoted to policy changes and keeping the public safe. Finally, there are also critical things missing from this budget because I realize the ideal is not available to us at the moment. However, I must mention and inform you that we are the least digitalized prosecutor's office in the state. We have paper files that, if damaged by flood, fire, or disaster, cannot be duplicated. We have technology that dates back to the 90s. We use several different systems throughout the office that cannot talk to one another. Updated technology and a designated short-term IT person could consolidate and save a massive amount of money and resources. Additionally, our office is the only countywide elected, I am the only countywide elected that does not have a budgeted position for a communications director. We are currently underfilling an attorney position, which causes a strain in other divisions. I will conclude with a list of what we've managed to accomplish in the past 7 months and state my dedication to working with this committee and board and all of our county divisions so that we can serve our county with fairness, excellence, and skills that makes Oakland County the best place to live, in my opinion. Before I took office, we conducted 150 interviews via Zoom and meetings to get to know the assistant prosecutors and staff and also to assess our needs. We hired, excuse me for a second. We set up an administrative team that I've just outlined, which includes a chief of litigation, a chief of administration, and a chief of policy. All, by the way, that administrative team was intact before the prior administration took place. So we are essentially adding them back. We formed a trafficking unit instead of our drug unit, and it focuses on the trafficking of narcotics and human trafficking. As all of you are aware, we are 8th in the state for, Michigan is 8th in the country for human trafficking. We formed a hate crimes unit. We formed an equity team made up of a diverse amount of people in our office, both attorneys and lawyers and outside our community, to address how we can how we can achieve more diversity and also meet the needs of the diverse employees that we have in the office. We established the Canine Advocacy Program within the office. We brought back the dogs who help victims of sexual assault and abuse children when they go to testify in preparation for trial. Those were not allowed before I took office. We reviewed all the juvenile lifer cases, which consisted of thousands of pages of memos and mitigation memos, and reversed the prior administration's position on 22 of those cases. It was 22, right? Or 29?
22.
22. We are reviewing internal and existing data gathering abilities and are partnering with the University of Michigan to collect data about who we charge, what community they're from, and what we charge them with. We establish relationships with local, state, and national partners such as the Canine Program, Care House, Fair Michigan, and the National District Attorneys Association, as well as PAM, the Prosecuting Association of Michigan. We established policies to end the automatic issuance of habitual offenders. We have, I immediately ordered our participation in our treatment courts and other diversion programs, which was not allowed before, which obviously takes time and resources. We recognize mental health elements at the inception of a case and look for alternatives. We're rolling out discretion to assistant prosecutors at charging, bond, diversion, plea negotiations, and sentencing phases. They are the prosecutors on the front lines. They are in the best position to look at a file after it's been charged when we know more about the strengths and weaknesses of a case. I've given discretion to the prosecutors because my feeling is if we don't trust them to make those kinds of decisions, especially in low-level nonviolent charges, then I'm not sure why they're there. We have committed to training our assistant prosecutors. I don't have the number here, but it's already been hundreds and hundreds of hours of training, which has been more easily accommodated because of Zoom. But even when that's over, so much of the training is actually free of cost. And without the training, we don't have prosecutors that recognize critical, ethical issues that we want and need prosecutors to know about. We are committed to hiring a diverse set of assistant prosecutors and staff and have done that. We're partnering with the Pontiac School District and communities to plan activities. And we've entered into a relationship and training with Fair and Just Prosecution. We have yet to establish a conviction integrity unit. We have already convened advisory councils, a racial justice advisory council, a law enforcement advisory council. And I want to add that I think there are about 12 members of law enforcement on that advisory council. And our first meeting, we went around the room for just input and feedback. And one of the chiefs who's been around for a long time said, I've been through 3 prosecutors. Nobody's ever invited me to this building and asked me what I thought. And while we might not all agree on the way we proceed, I just believe it's my job to listen, because we have very, very good law enforcement in this county, and I want to partner with them. We also have a defense bar advisory council. I don't think defense lawyers are the enemy. I think we should listen, because they are often on the front lines to say something isn't quite right. We still have to implement bail reform, and we would like to focus on a financial crimes unit. And there's more, but I think I've listed enough. Thank you.
Thank you. It's very comprehensive, and there's a lot of change in your office, so we expect to see a lot of new things and new thoughts about how we're going to go forward, and I appreciate how much depth you went into right there. So I'll start taking questions from the commission. Commissioner Powell, followed by Commissioner Moss, and then Commissioner Cavell.
So, a couple of my questions, you mentioned the Pontiac School District. I just wanted to know, are you eventually looking, or have you started in looking into the prison pipeline with the juvenile system? And I maybe, my terms and all that, just help me out here, because I may be all over the place. But I just know that statistical data that probably once you all pull the information, it will show that a lot of, from a cultural standpoint, African Americans, young men, you know, the juveniles are still is high. And I had, when I got on commission, that was one of my things to kind of check into all of that, because that was something that was brought to me by constituents, that we still have a lot of our kids, which is Pontiac residents, still basically funding the juvenile system here, because they have, you know, it's a fee that comes with that when you have them kids, and most of them still with Pontiac. Well, one of the questions I asked is, how do we reduce that? Well, then we go into seeing that there's a lot of things that, or resources that could help the city, that needs to just kind of be put back in place, so that then we can kind of shop that better. So if that's not something you are looking into, I want to encourage us, if we could, start looking into that, pulling the statistical data. Let's see something of that. And we, even though Pontiac is high with the African American population, I just want to kind of do all of Oakland County, though, because I know that's how you kind of got to roll anyway. But that's one thing I wanted to talk about. One thing that I've seen with Kim Worthy, she had posted 2 days ago about how she's partnering with the UAD, I think it is, to help with the conviction integrity unit down there to do some of the research, and somehow it ties to the attorneys being able to do their research or data or credits they need or something. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention, because that's something that we make a partner with a law school that may be here. I don't know which ones is in Oakland County, or what does that look like? Because then that gives that training of research and everything to upcoming attorneys who are interested in that field. So you can explore the story. They just put it out a couple days ago, but I thought that was something good to mention to Ms. you know, for you to just explore. I don't know if it'll happen or not. And then it is a question on here that says, please provide an update on juvenile recensusing, and does this budget address the needs of the department for this purpose? I don't know. I just wanted to ask that question because it was regarding juvenile, you know, to get clarity on that. But those are the things that I just wanted to point out to you.
Okay,
Thank
well,
you.
I'll take the most recent. We promoted John Skrinsky, who many of you may know, has been, in my opinion, he's one of the best trial attorneys in the state, and has been here a long time. He has led the juvenile lifers project, which when we came into office, both John and almost every member of the office was frustrated about that process.
Got it.
Because while it was supposed to be a real hard look at the very few pursuant to the United States Supreme Court that we should pursue life without parole sentences, the prior administration pursued life without parole sentences on nearly all but, I think, 4. So that really took a real hard look and a lot of time, and John has been doing that. So
What's his name, John?
John Skrinsky. So part of my request to add those leadership positions back in is covered by that. That's the sort of thing that you need somebody with that expertise heading up. The partnership with law schools, we are in touch with all of the law schools. We are providing internship opportunities, and also we want to be in touch with them because we want to recruit the best and the brightest candidates we can. So we are absolutely looking at that. And once I have approval from this committee and the board to establish my conviction integrity unit, we will absolutely be partnering with law schools. And finally, I'm the only person in the history of the Oakland County Prosecutor's Office who is a prior family court judge. I have private practice where I practiced family law, and I'm a former assistant prosecutor. What I know from the juvenile system is that is where our future defendants are. And we know and can target and laser focus on kids who are at risk of ending up being incarcerated. And so I put a lot of focus on the juvenile division. I think in the past it's not had that highlight because people don't consider it, it's not where the adult criminals are tried. But I think it's really the key to preventing incarceration and convicting, and that's the way we reduce charges and convictions, which ultimately is, I think, the most humane thing to do and makes us safer, and it also saves money.
Thank you.
All right. Next up is Commissioner Moss.
I was going to say good morning, but it's good afternoon. Thank you for
Good.
joining us, Madam Prosecutor. Do you have a copy of that statement your opening statement that we could have? I'd appreciate that.
I will get one to you. I just
Super.
have the one that,
Yeah, I understand.
but I would love to, yeah.
Usually mine are all scratched out anyway, so I understand. You mentioned something about bail reform. What are you looking at with that? Can I ask, or is that not germane to budget?
So we need bail reform, and I think that's a statewide goal. And when I talk about bail reform, what I mean is wealth-based bonds. For instance, setting a bond of $500 on a low-level nonviolent crime that somebody could never meet really just results in somebody who's not a danger to the public being housed in the Oakland County Jail awaiting their pretrial on a driving while license suspended, and it just doesn't make any sense. In my view, if you're a danger, I don't really care how much money you have in your pocket. You're a danger, and you either need to be detained or you need increased supervision. Getting there, though, is more difficult than I anticipated, and it's because in Oakland County, we do not have prosecutors currently at arraignments, and the arraignment is where a bond is set. And
Excuse me, you don't have prosecutors at arraignments?
we do not. We don't have enough prosecutors to put one prosecutor in every court every day when those arraignments occur. And so what we are trying to do is we have a pilot program now with at least two, we're hoping to add a third judge, so that we can figure out a way and show the rest of the district court judges this can be done. It might have to be done virtually, but we have we don't have enough lawyers to get at every arraignment right now.
Years and years ago, when I practiced law, of course, the prosecutor was a fellow by the name of L. Brooks Patterson, and that's how long ago that was. The idea that there are no prosecuting attorneys at arraignments.
No, and
Gee, that
you know,
would've been fun. I would've liked that.
we now have defendants. They have representation, and we have pretrial services, but there's, with little exception, I mean, if it's a capital crime or if it's something we're concerned about, we'll have a lawyer there, but it takes somebody out of that office and doing something they should be doing. So it's a problem, but I'm not giving up. I know that I can solve this problem, but what it will take is some flexibility among the over 30 district court judges who vary in demeanor and population.
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
it's just, yeah, so it's tricky.
Been there.
But we're working on it, and I feel confident that we can get there.
Thank you. Commissioner Powell's idea that, which is actually, I guess, Prosecutor Worthy's idea of partnering with U of D. Actually, it's UDM, which was, once again, my alma mater. I think it's a great idea. There are a lot of law schools, and I think that's a fabulous idea. I think there's a lot of possibilities in that. That'll do for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Cabell.
Thanks. Hello again, Prosecutor.
Good afternoon.
You had mentioned mental health. I have a couple of questions just based on your statement, and then a couple of stocked ones from the budget. So from your statement, you mentioned mental health diversion. How is that going? And again,
So there's only one currently mental health court in the county, and that's through Oak Park. So we have had several meetings with those two judges to help them and us divert other mental health based. So I would say, I don't have the data right in front of me, but especially when you're talking about nonviolent crime, so much of it is mental health or substance abuse. So what we're trying to do is partner with so many of the resources we have in the county so that we can get and divert potentially somebody who really just needs mental health services and get those services and supervise that person without jailing them in the Oakland County Jail. There's nobody that disagrees that we shouldn't be jailing the mentally ill. If they're a public safety threat, of course we need to do that. But the thing that we've spent a lot of time doing is really just reconnecting with so many of the resources and stakeholders that are available. And there are a lot, because that hasn't been done. So we have one court at this moment that's doing that, but I believe based on the state court administrators' stated goals and focus and they're real advocates for resources, that we'll be partnering with the circuit court on that venture soon. I feel strongly that that's going to happen. And then we'll have a circuit court program, which, as you know, will deal with felonies, nonviolent felonies, but I think it will be broader and can really address mental health, that the person's there because of a mental health issue.
So to that then, is there, what am I trying to say? I'm trying to sound smarter in these things.
In my experience, it's always a mistake.
Yeah, so to that point then, do you need more money for mental health diversion with District Court 45 and or to collaborate with the 52s?
I can't make courts. It's sponsored by the court, but we are ready and willing to assist in any way we can. And the answer to do you need more money is always going to be yes.
Yeah. I'm a Democrat. I like that.
Well, look, I mean, I want to be a good steward of the taxpayers' money. I don't care what letter is after my name, but look, I'm not. We do need more resources. We don't have enough assistant prosecutors. The people who are doing, my prosecutors who are doing these problem-solving courts, most of the time it's at night. Mm-hmm. It's extra work. And they're taking it on because they believe in it. But they're not taking it on because we have a designated person who can do that. We don't have the funding for it.
So then to that, I guess another question I was going to have to jump off from what Commissioner Moss said. You mentioned that you don't have enough funds to have prosecutors at arraignments. How many more prosecutors, or I guess you need the 52s to be involved?
We would need probably, which I would say 8 to 10 more prosecutors in our district court division so that we could have a designated prosecutor in each court available on a day-by-day basis. Many of these arraignments are walk-in arraignments. But if we can get the judges to at least put boundaries around some of when they conduct arraignments, which I think they're willing to do. We might not capture all, but we would at least be able to get to most. And by the way, this isn't so that the prosecutor can show up and say, no cash bond, let him go. That's not what this is about. This is about a prosecutor representing the people of the state of Michigan and making an assessment based on the recommendations of the pretrial services, whether or not detaining someone makes sense. And if so, what do we need to make sure that they remain detained? And then I also want to point out that this is not a unique thing. All over the state and the country, prosecutors are at arraignments, also in the federal system, and a lot of times you resolve cases at an arraignment, and then it never actually continues. There's no need for another pretrial to be set, and so it's cost efficient in a lot of ways. But yes, I would need more people.
Okay.
And notice that's not in there because I'm trying to really focus on what we need essentially. I mean, right now, for the first 7 months, I have the chiefs, but I don't have spots for them. So what we're essentially doing is using other positions to pay the chiefs. They're not being paid at what they should. And Betsy can answer this question better than I can because I'm not. That's why she's in charge of the budget. But we're making do, but we essentially have assistant prosecutors and my leadership team not being paid what they should.
Understood. Ken?
Okay, so I just want to stop here and say, we're trying to keep these relatively tight. So some of these topics that are going to take a longer discussion, like how would we come up with more prosecutors for you in the future, are good discussions to have, but let's kind of stay on where we're going with this year's budget. Okay, so go ahead and continue, but I just wanted to throw that out because I don't want, to run till 5 this afternoon.
Sure. Well, I guess then the one other thing I'll ask then, which someone else might ask, but is anyone going to ask something about the public defender's office concept?
No, I do have questions.
Okay. What do you think about that? Public defender, should we do a nonprofit contract like Wayne County, or should we have an independent office? You as a prosecutor, I imagine you have an opinion on that. Is something we're going to consider with the budget?
I'd have to. I like to be really informed before I make a decision about that. There's a need for sure. I'm somewhat aware of what they've done in Wayne County, and I'm somewhat aware of what the plan is now. I would very much like to be included in those discussions, and I've made that known because I think we're sort of the nucleus of the criminal justice system.
Yeah.
So I don't feel comfortable opining on it at this moment, but I'm happy to look into it and let you know what my recommendation would be.
Okay, thanks.
I do know, though, any discussion about how it works or what it looks like, just as it includes the bench, should include the prosecutor's office.
Okay. Is that all, Mr. Cabell?
Yeah.
Okay, any other commissioners? Commissioner Charles?
Prosecutor McDonald, it's great to see you on this side of Election Day. And I'm very
second that.
encouraged by pretty much your opening statement, and I too would love a copy. I think we're all going to get a copy. Our awesome staff here did kind of aggregate some of the information you provided so that we could drill down. And so I do want to check with you about on page 131, and again, this might be for the nice lady on the corner, where it says the professional services line item has an increase that would love for you to just expound on in terms of.
Is that for our professional services contract?
Yes, it looks like. Go ahead.
So that relates to our family support division and service of process. What we found is our current provider, our outside provider, was like, we have to try to serve people 3 times, and they would basically go to an empty parking lot or address and then say they had tried to make service. And what that means is we have parents and parents who aren't being contacted.
Just to pause here, because I think most lawyers don't know what the Family Support Division does, but that's our enforcement of child support for any person who is on any kind of subsidy through the state. So it's critical. It's not your normal prosecutorial division. It's very unique, but it's critical to get child support to people who need it.
And it also involves more than just collecting funds. It means connecting parents, usually fathers, with the chance to have parenting time, right?
And
So they're both-
establishing paternity, yes.
Yes. And so it's critical. And the fact that our provider was not properly serving these parents is a huge problem. And so we talked to our chief of family support, who's new, who's fantastic. If you haven't met her, Keisha Washington, is tackling that
She's also the
problem.
first person of color to ever have a leadership position in the history of the Oakland County Prosecutor's Office.
She's doing a great job and working with a friend of the court. But we talked to her and she said, look, I need someone to do this job properly, and this is what we think it's going to take based on the volume of cases that we see.
Very good, thank you. That's what I got.
All right. Commissioner Moss, you had one more question?
Yeah, were you saying that the previous people, they were basically, we used to call it sewer service, they were just going to parking lots and not serving things? Is that really?
Yes.
That's what we find out later on. Look, the goal is not just to do the paperwork. The goal is to engage the other parent, get them to voluntarily come in, establish paternity, and pay. And what we had is people who weren't truly trying to serve people, who were going through the motions and coming back.
Well, that's fraud. I mean, that's fraudulent.
It's
on the face of
fraudulent,
it.
but it's also, this isn't serving somebody like with a lawsuit. What we really
Yeah.
want to do is approach, and this is a statewide effort, approach that first contact, which is service, as a way of a gentler, friendlier way to say, please come in. What we want is engagement. We want paternity established. We want child support enforced, and we want parenting time established. And the data shows that we have a much better success rate on collecting child support if we have an engaged dad. But if you go at them, and usually it's dad, but if you go at them like you're out to get them, or you don't care so much about whether, you know, if it's not the right address, it's just, you just write down that you tried, then we're not, it's fraudulent and it's also wrong, and it just makes no sense for the county.
And it's against the law.
So
And it's against
I
the
just
law.
want to point out, what we have though sometimes is someone, the address that we have for them is not
Yeah, no, I
an
get
address.
that. Yeah, I
And
get
so they
that.
come back, and instead of saying, hey, that's not an address for a human being, do we have a mistake? Can we find this person? Which is the real goal. They just say, nope, didn't find him, didn't find him, didn't find him. Well, it's a parking lot. You should have come
Sure.
back and told
You
us
know,
that.
people give false addresses. Sure. I just noticed that it goes from 443 here all the way up to 4072. That's a bit of a jump.
I think they were paying $12 a service attempt or something ridiculous. I was in private practice. I think we paid, $75 for people to go out and actually try to serve people. I don't have the exact number in front of me.
We believe that they underbid the contract.
I'm sorry, what?
That's why they underbid the contract, and that's why they were awarded it, and this, tangential, the service has not been good. So we put it out to bid to find a better provider.
Yeah, I should hope so. I mean, and I would, if they're fraudulently saying services and people aren't getting it, that's, All right, thank you.
Anybody else? Commissioner Long.
I just have one comment. It seems like your transition has been a whirlwind. I'm kind of really glad that elections have consequences because it seems like you're doing a lot of things that, I think that Commissioner Cole and Markham's been here. I've been here a long time, and just that was a lot of, in your letter was a lot of different things that I didn't know was not happening. So I appreciate that, and I'd like a copy of that too. And good luck with your transition, because I think you have a lot of work, more work than you thought you did when you probably start digging in, at least from your report. I've been here 20 years, or maybe, 19 years, and that was a lot. So I appreciate it, digging in and trying to get it the best prosecutor office that we can have, which we should have in Oakland County. I agree. I think you said that, and I agree. So I wish you luck on all your new tasks ahead of you.
Thank you. I'm sure many of you know I left what most people think is the best job in the world, a circuit court judge, and had stepped down a year before the filing deadline. And I did that just because I'm very passionate about this job. And yes, my husband asks constantly how much more work do you have to do where you're actually getting, at this point, no pay at all. But because I put in a lot of hours, but I really love the job, and I love the people in the office, and I have a lot of I'm very optimistic about what we continue to get done.
Good, thank you.
I'm going to go to Commissioner McGilvery first, and then Commissioner Powell.
Yeah, I'm curious how COVID has affected your staff. Are they working in the office, out of the office? Percentage-wise, 50/50, 20/80? How is that working?
When we, to be honest, one of our first efforts, even before we took office, was getting lawyers and staff the ability to work at home. They didn't have the ability to work at home, so they were all coming to work, and because they were essential workers. But just because you're an essential worker doesn't mean you can't do your job at home. Most of all the court proceedings were being held via Zoom. So we initially, and I have to say, Betsy Haig spent a lot of time advocating for funds and getting laptops for people at home so that we could get them home, which was the safest thing. We have now asked everyone to come back with some exceptions. Candidly, I see in the future getting a lot more flexible for a couple reasons. One, the numbers keep spiking, and two, to be competitive, you gotta be flexible.
Yep.
Because right now, everybody in the legal profession is allowing people to work at home. And I already have, I start with the ability, I don't have the ability to pay what you would make in the private practice, though I do think it's the best job you can have as a lawyer. But I can't compete with other organizations in private practice that are saying, I'll give you a lot more money and you can work at home. And there are things and ways that we can really track efficiency. That's my big thing. Like, if we're going to let people work at home, we got to figure out a way to make sure that they're actually working. Yes. So you can't just let people work at home. You have to have invested managers and some system of accountability. Because again, we have to be good stewards of the taxpayers' money, and we're public servants. So, and the many judges, it's so diverse. Some of them are still just doing only Zoom. Some are doing in person. Some are doing half their docket Zoom and half their docket in person. So I have prosecutors who literally have to go into the courtroom and then step out into a conference room and open up their laptop and appear online. So it's been challenging. But I'm trying to accommodate, and also, I have a staff that constantly reminds me, not everybody works like you, not everybody can spend all this time. I'd love it if everybody was there every minute, because when I want to talk to somebody, I can talk to them, but it's just not realistic.
Okay, Commissioner Powell.
I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you for all you're doing. And I've known you for a while. And your temperament, your passion, everything has stayed the same. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate that, but I also appreciate everyone sitting at this table and how committed you are to doing the right thing. And I really just am looking forward to reestablishing a relationship between the prosecutor's office and the entire world, because I think that just makes more sense. But I'm happy. I will provide a statement, a copy of that as soon as we can later today. And then I'm happy to give you my cell phone number. I'm very available 24/7, unfortunately. If you want to contact me or my office, I'm happy to sit down and talk about this if you have further questions.
Perfect, thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Commissioner McGilvery,
One
one more
quick
time.
comment. All the years I wanted to go in and see the prosecutor, the previous prosecutor, we weren't even allowed in the office. I went in for a building inspection in the prosecutor's office, and she wouldn't let us go into the office and look around. So I appreciate that, what you're saying.
Anytime anybody wants a tour, we did, as you know, request some significant capital improvements, and I invited commissioners in, and there were a few that took us up on it, and we walked them through the place. I wasn't exaggerating. It was, I last worked in the office in 2003, then left for private practice, then was on the bench. When I walked in, January 1, 2021, I was just dumbfounded. Nothing had changed. Nothing. The phones hadn't changed. The computers, the ripped carpeting, the stains on the walls. I mean, you just can't. First of all, we don't have a county that operates like that. But what I soon learned was, everybody was kept out. So they didn't want people in the county there improving things. But look, we're moving forward, and you are invited anytime you'd like to come.
Absolutely.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much. I do have a budget question. Just one. So looking at, your expenses for this year, charges for services the adopted budget was $278,000, but the amended budget then became $816,000. And the following years, it's at $815,000, charges for services. So I'm wondering why it went up so much this year, and is that related to, the new people that you brought on? I'm assuming. So it's in this book on page 39. It's in the summary book on page 39. Oops.
I'm not sure that I.
I'm so, there's no way I can read this, I'm so old, my eyes.
Oh, page 130?
Okay, I have to improve my readers. I need to say yes.
I see. Thank you. You're speaking about the state appropriated victim witness?
I'm just, let's see, page 139. So it went, revenues is where I'm talking. Charges for services. So we evidently, are charging a lot, or getting a lot more revenue than we thought we were going to get.
So looking at that, our victim witness grant, which covers our victim services section, we did reclassify one of the positions from a supervisor position to a victim advocate leader, someone who could be advocating for victims of crime, but then also serving as a supervisor among the advocates. And that's why the difference in so that's a fund, that's a grant that reimburses the salaries, and that position, when we reclassified it, has not been filled. So there's a difference in the pay, if that makes sense. Like, that pay is waiting to be filled and will tick back up when that position is filled.
Okay, that makes sense.
Okay.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. We went over, but I think it's really important because of the magnitude of change that this department has seen. I don't think there's anybody here that knew how much work really, I mean, you did, but.
Well, sort of.
Sort of. But, I'm glad you went into the detail that you did, because I think there are more discussions to be had going forward about things like Commissioner Cavell, and you talked about needing specific attorneys. Commissioner Powell, you're back. You had one more question?
Oh, the expungement unit, is that out of your office?
No, we don't have an expungement
Dealing with expungements,
unit.
I'm sorry, dealing with expungements that was posted, helping constituents process that. Don't we have that unit?
We don't have a unit, but we have people in the office from our appellate division, and actually all throughout the office, who are working with the new expungement laws and
right.
are trained and know what they're doing on that.
Okay, I'm going to call the office. I want your number, because I need, it's something sad, but I'll talk to you about it. Okay, thank you.
When you indicate to the posting, that may have been the county's Clean Slate program.
Yes.
The county has a program that's run.
Out of Michigan, out of the Michigan Works office.
And
Okay,
so everyone
well,
knows we're about to get a huge wave of
We are.
expungement requests, and it's not quite as easy as people think it is. That's going to take a lot of resources, and there are a few things like that we didn't talk about today. Processing video, processing those expungements that are huge, labor-intensive.
I do need to
issues.
mention just one thing, which I forgot to talk about. I'm a proponent of body cams. However, we don't have the resources to process all of that video. It has to be viewed and redacted, and it's very time-consuming. You might get on, the undersheriff's here, and I'm sure he will back me up on this. On one domestic violence call, if there are 4 officers, you might get almost 100. I mean, that sounds ridiculous, but they are of film we have to view and then redact, and then provide to the defense lawyer. So we can't accommodate that without resources for it. And I know that's a whole huge can of worms, but I just want to put the committee on notice that you can provide the cameras, but if we don't have the ability to do anything with it, it's not going to be very effective.
That has to be part of the whole discussion for sure, because it doesn't make any difference. I'm sorry?
Nothing.
What's that?
It's such an important point. How did that get missed overall presentation to us? I don't know.
Well, I don't think it's been missed. We did talk about the fact that there's going to have to be somebody who looks at all the tapes and processes them.
And I know that the sheriff and the undersheriff, we've had discussions about this. We knew this was coming, and we already have agencies that have it, and it's very time-consuming.
Okay.
And also, we're technology and digital deficient. So we are not operating with systems that the other departments in the county have. We just aren't meeting those technological needs, and so everything is more difficult. We still have typists. Like, the warrants that are written, the charging documents are handwritten by the assistant prosecutor and handed to a typist.
Yeah, you're still working with stacks of paper with
Yes, we are.
the judges, I know that. So,
It's like
it's insanity. Okay.
Yep.
Just about.
Didn't want an update.
We're not
But I
gonna
didn't want to
solve
come in
all
here
your
all doom and
problems.
gloom, right? So I just try to focus on the things that we are really urgent needs.
Right. And we really appreciate that. So if nobody else has any comments or questions,
Just one quick comment.
Commissioner McGilvery.
In your speech that you gave at the beginning, can you include telephone numbers, your cell number?
We will.
Office number?
We're going to
so
have
that
them
we
brought
can-
down this afternoon with our cell numbers on it.
Okay.
Thank you
Very
very
good.
So that you
much.
can set that tour up as soon as possible.
Very informative discussion. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
All right. Next up, we will have the district courts. Waiting with bated breath. I think we heard some things in this session that were a little disturbing.
Especially for those of you who have been here a while. No, I'm just kidding.
12 years? Yeah, I think it's just been 12 years. Mike would know. Was Cooper there 12 years or 8 years? 12 years?
Cooper?
Yeah.
12.
So now let's catch up.
Pastor Patty after this meeting.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Okay, I thought.
You just gotta find out your availability.
I've got one in Birmingham for a long time.
What's that?
Anyway, did you get expunged with speeding tickets?
I don't think so.
Was at the
That's a simple infraction. It has to be a crime.
Good, how are you, Christine?
Sorry, we're late.
No, it's all right. I'd like the record to reflect that the people being loud in the hallway were from circuit court.
Was it? I didn't hear. I didn't see anything.
Every time I got a
Came and
ticket,
shut the door.
You had to wait a
Everyone
while.
sitting there, I'm like, that was, Kevin Offner was being really loud.
Oh, yeah, Kevin seems like he's real loud person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's historic, that is always.
It was actually the judge that was really loud out
Yeah,
there.
Jeff's loud too.
And I'm trying
I
to,
just let the record reflect.
but this one I also think was important because of the big change,
Oh my God. I'm just now being made aware. I'm voting no. I'm voting no.
I feel like taking a picture to show them how big it's.
There's some longevity of people who work here. 44 years. It's a good count. Once you get in,
somebody who really cares.
that's why I'm not a college.
Defense attorney, prosecutor.
Kevin Kevin, I heard you were loud out in the hall.
Yeah.
Yes. I said, I know you'd be a very loud person. I'm sure it was you.
I just wanted to make sure they would win.
Yeah, she did. Right when she walked in.
Steady on in the job.
And they're all done times. Every working in this
All right. We're gonna,
You have to have the spirit in the sky to start playing for you. Indeed, spirit in the sky.
oh, you're dating yourself.
I am.
You and I, same
Senior year of high
vintage.
school.
I hear that song on the oldies station.
Yeah. Be careful, boy.
Rub it in. Whippersnapper.
Yeah. I saw something the other day about the top song the year I graduated from high school.
You shouldn't have.
Carole King.
Chris, is the farm
So
open?
vain.
Chris, is the farm open?
Just for corn, not the donut, Chad. Donuts would be better.
All right.
Nice to be
Are the
seen.
crops okay?
Yeah.
We're going to reconvene. We didn't really recess. We just split up and came back. So, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Finance Committee Budget Review Hearings. We're going to walk into the district court evaluation, and we'd like you to introduce yourselves and then tell us what you want to tell us about the district courts, and then we'll open it up to questions. Okay? So the floor is yours.
Good morning. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
And I can see your large conference table there, but I can't see the individual speakers necessarily. I can recognize many of your voices. I'm Judge Fabrizio, and I'm the Chief Judge of the 52nd District Court. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to appear remotely and for giving us the time to discuss the issues presented at the district court level and to answer any questions you might have about the proposed budget. Seated there in person in front of you, I'm sure many of you know, are the court administrators of the 4 respective divisions of the 52nd District. We have Alex Black from Novi, which is 52-1. Brett Derry, the court administrator in Clarkston, which is 52-2. Amy Luce, the court administrator in Rochester, which is 52-3. And Dana O'Neill, the court administrator in Troy, which is 52-4. The 52nd District Court, as I'm sure you know, processes an exceptionally high number of cases in any given day. Our court is second only to the 36th District Court in Detroit for volume. We are the second largest district court in the state of Michigan. The public health crisis has obviously presented significant challenges over this last year, and there has really been no precedent or roadmap for us to follow. So we've had to adapt quickly and evolve to the uncertainty that was created by the pandemic. And despite the seemingly insurmountable hurdles, I'm proud that we have managed to provide continuous and uninterrupted services throughout the pandemic. The 4 divisions have really worked very effective as a team, and when services in one division would be jeopardized due to outbreak issues or other public health crisis issues, another division would step up and lend a hand. And employees and judges and magistrates, unfortunately, throughout the pandemic have had to, by and large, still work on site at the courthouse while still presiding over the cases. We did manage to conduct practically all the cases during the pandemic at any given time remotely. But because of a lack of technological capabilities, and I'll get into that in a little bit, by and large, the employees and the judges had to be here on site. We implemented, obviously, emergency protocols that we put in place in order to continue the vital functions of the court. during this sustained public health crisis. We've learned a lot, and we are continuing to learn a lot. And while not ideal for all types of hearings, we are now reflecting back on our experience over the past year to determine what type of changes really should become permanent changes in the way that we operate in the 21st century, irrespective of public health issues. And so we've discovered that by and large, a lot of types of hearings can be conducted successfully remotely. And that includes conducting, by and large, our traffic dockets. The general public has been able to appear at hearings on civil infractions, traffic tickets, without necessarily taking time off of work or traveling to the court. It's resulted in less overtime for law enforcement and allowed officers to also appear remotely and spend less time in the court and hopefully more time on the roads. Arrest warrants, issuing new criminal charges, what we call swear-tos, have been almost entirely done remotely, again, allowing the detectives to spend more time out of court. Arraignments have been largely conducted remotely, certainly reducing jail transports and other safety concerns there. Civil cases, motions, and pretrials, we've reduced travel and wait times for the civil litigants, reducing litigation costs and attorney fees. The initial hearings in our landlord-tenant dockets have been held remotely with much success. We've had mixed, I'll call it mixed success with our criminal dockets. Remote hearings certainly have been instrumental in allowing us to continue to operate during the pandemic, but in-person hearings certainly are advisable and necessary in many instances in the criminal justice context. We'll obviously continue to evaluate the effectiveness of these changes and what should be made permanent or not. And this is certainly not something that is isolated to the 52nd District Court, but these are discussions that are being had at the state level currently. At the district court level here in Oakland County, we've historically been hampered by a lack of resources. And the pandemic has certainly amplified these issues. So I made reference to the fact that almost our entire staff had to continue to work on site, while many departments of the county were able to work remotely during the pandemic. This is due in large part to the lack of e-filing and lack of electronic data management capabilities. We don't have e-filing capabilities. We do not have an EDM capabilities or electronic data management. These are capabilities that the circuit court has had for many years, and these capabilities are critical to improving access to justice in general. It certainly would have been helpful to have over this past year, but because everything is still conducted using paper files, while maybe a judge or magistrate could have conducted hearings from their own home, the actual case processing was impossible without having clerical staff on site. And so as a practical matter, to not have to transport the files back and forth, everybody was sort of on site during this period. Not only do we lack the technological capabilities, but at the district court, we have an IT department consisting of only one person. And that's one person to serve the entire district, all 4 divisions. He sort of a rover traveling to and from different locations as we need him. And I anticipate that we'll be making requests in the near future related to improving our IT situation, including the enhancing our personnel in the IT department, and also moving into these critical areas of e-filing and electronic data management. Our budget request is more or less consistent with prior years' requests, and certainly myself and the court administrators are here to answer any questions that you might have related to that. Criminal justice reform bills will have an impact on district court operations. There's obviously a lot of question marks as to how exactly it's going to impact our operations and how that will translate to budgetary issues. But during Prosecutor McDonald's presentation, I know there were some very informed, very good questions about the new legislative packages, the expungement procedures that are coming down. Obviously, there's been decriminalization of marijuana, MIPs, and other offenses, bail reform packages, the Michigan Indigent Defense Commission Act, the formation of a possible public defender's office, and how we're utilizing our public defenders currently. Obviously, all this is in the works and will have an impact. Our specialty treatment court services, I'm proud to say that we have had a very high success rate with those programs that we currently have in place. Our alcohol treatment court, our drug treatment court, our veterans treatment court, and we are moving to create a new mental health treatment court, and that was discussed, I heard, during Karen McDonald's presentation as well. Currently in Oakland County, we just have one mental health treatment court that serves out of Oak Park. We have referred out of the 52nd District Court quite a large number of cases to the Oak Park Mental Health Treatment Court, and I believe that there is a need to expand that specialty treatment court opportunity into the northern part of Oakland County. And so we have submitted a bond request to the state, and Alex Black has been certainly very instrumental in helping us navigate through that process, and she's there in person and can help answer any questions you may have with regard to our progress in forming the mental health treatment court. And again, I thank you for your time. I know we have a lot to cover in a relatively short period of time. So I guess with that, I'll just turn it over to, first, I guess I want to defer to the court administrators who are there if I missed anything or you wanted to interject, but otherwise, I guess we should open it up for questions from the commissioners.
Thank you very much, Judge Fabrizio. Do any of the administrators want to add to what's been said?
I just want to touch on that our budget also includes $260,000 towards our weekend arraignment program, which we have had in place since, I think, 1986. I oversee that program. We conduct arraignments every single weekend for several other district courts in Oakland County, so we don't just serve the 50 seconds. This program assists in getting people out of jail that need to get out of jail over a weekend, get them arraigned as soon as possible, and then keep the ones there that need to stay, basically. We have a magistrate and 2 clerks that work every Saturday and Sunday and all holidays. We expanded this last year to allow even the other district courts to conduct their arraignments with us on the holidays. In the past, we didn't allow that, but we reevaluated the program and decided we needed to do that. We're having too many people basically stuck in jail throughout the county. So we've expanded that program somewhat. It's been a little bit difficult to get everything done because there's some delay at the prosecutor's office and paperwork, and we're working with the prosecutor's office with our new prosecutor. Things have been working pretty well, and we're trying to get those glitches worked out so that we can get as many arraignments done as possible. And that's the only thing I wanted to make mention of.
Thank you. Ms. Black, I know you to be really a bulldog as it relates to trying to get things done for the courts, and I really appreciate that, and I know that you drill down really deep to make sure you touch all the bases.
thank
And I've
you.
worked with you personally, and I think that, it's important that that be recognized, that that's what you do.
I
So,
appreciate that.
We concur.
It's just because I'm old and I've been here a long time.
Ditto. Okay, anybody else from the panel want to add anything?
Nothing from 52.2.
Nothing from 52.3.
Nothing more. Thank you,
Okay,
Judge.
okay, great. Well, with that, then I will go ahead and open it up to the commission for questions. Commissioner Cavell.
Yeah, okay, all right. Hey, everybody. Thank you, Chair. I had a couple questions. First, just touching on revenue. It looks like your ordinance fines and costs, like for 52.1, are expected to go up by $700,000. 52.2 up by, I guess, double, or I guess the way you do the math is 50%. And then $1 million almost for 52.3. Why? And is there a way? Yeah.
Line item.
Oh, sorry.
She can find it, yeah.
On
On the
page,
first one at least. tell
yeah,
them that
page
she can-
111, 631421.
You show an increase?
In revenues?
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about?
In the revenue section, if I'm reading it right, from what actually
No, when she's
the
shaking her
expense was in 2020, for example,
head. She's shaking her head.
District Court 1, you actually received in revenues $1.2 million, and the recommendation for 2022 is $1.9 million. So
Go ahead,
you're
Leslie.
assuming,
Comparing actuals to the budget. So
Yeah.
last year, in 2020, there would have been less collections because of
Right.
the impacts of the pandemic and that. So
Right.
when we're explaining the variances in the budget book, it's explaining the variances from the 2020, or 2020.
On the microphone.
Yeah.
When at home, it's fine.
I started sweating. I was like, what?
The variances
We found
that
extra money, we were really good.
the variances that are being explained in the categorical budget book are explaining the differences between the 2021 amended budget to the 2002 recommended budget. So you're looking at the 2020 actuals column. Those are the actual results of the revenue collected during that time period. And so if you want information on that, that's, mostly related to the impact probably of the pandemic, not having as much traffic or activity coming through the courts at that time, and that would be the majority of the reason for that difference between the actual results from 2020 to the 2022 recommended budget. There was no change in the budget itself from 21 to 22.
understood. So what I'm trying to get to then, I guess I'll just be more direct.
How do we expect to get to
Yeah.
that additional?
So coming out of a pandemic, should you be fining people in the way that it sounds like if in 2020 you're able to get away with $1.2 million coming in, do you need to do that to people who might not be able to pay? I guess that's a more direct way to ask that.
So we always, even pre-pandemic, we always respond to people's ability to pay. We have payment plans, and then if we do find anyone to be indigent, they don't pay. That's just a fact. In the district courts, generally, at least in my time there, we've never incarcerated anyone for not paying, and if they are disabled or can prove indigency, we don't assess their fines and costs, or we eliminate their fines and costs if something happens after it's been assessed. So what the budget is reflecting is what it used to be, and we didn't make any changes only because we're not sure what the legislative changes are how they're going to continue to impact. So what we didn't want to do is reduce our anticipated amount only because we don't know. We don't know if the police departments are gonna start ticketing everyone again, or if, with the pandemic, last year when we came, we were talking about how many new domestic violence cases we got. We didn't anticipate, so substance abuse goes up. So there's always a balance for us as far as what's happening in the world And then trying to reflect that in a budget, because we don't have control over what the police department's doing. We don't have control over what happens as far as society goes and how bad mental health or substance abuse issues are. So we didn't reduce that because we don't know. We kind of want to see post-pandemic, if we ever get to post-pandemic, what that means for us. So it's not as though we're going to say, okay, we're not going to increase our fines and costs. We did that last year only in the traffic section of things. We haven't increased our fines and costs as far as state law misdemeanors go for several years. In fact, we had an adjustment a couple of years ago when our new chief judge, he's no longer new, but when our chief judge came on, sort of bringing things into balance in the 50 seconds with all of the judges. So if anything, we've gone down as far as that goes. And then with the traffic tickets, all of our amounts went up a little bit, and that was in a response to the request for a balance in our budget here from the county executives. So we responded to that in that way. But when we did that, and I think you were the commissioner then, but I don't know if you remember this, but when we presented that, we discussed that we were way below state average as far as our traffic tickets went anyway, just around the state average, and we were way under Oakland County average. So we brought ourselves to average, but again, we never, if somebody's indigent, we're not gonna take blood from a stone. We're just not gonna do that.
Understood. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And then my second question is, the Clarkston Court, are there needs there, budgetarily speaking?
Speak up, please.
And actually,
The Clarkston Court. It might be budget needs for the Clarkston Court.
Clarkston Court.
It's kind of a
Thank
setup
you.
question.
yeah, lob that up there.
In 30 seconds or less.
Right, in 30
No,
seconds or less, yes.
I jest, but we know there are issues up there. Go ahead.
Yeah. Obviously, vast need in the Clarkston District Court, and we've discussed these at previous budget hearings extensively, and they've really, again, only been amplified by the public health crisis as far as our complete inability to operate safely from a health perspective, because we're all sort of packed on top of each other. We tried to spread out employees throughout the courthouse, and we utilized every square inch. We're still busting at the seams. There's security issues. I'll let Brett speak as to the issues that she deals with on a daily basis with regard to employee safety concerns, not just health due to the public health crisis, but actual physical public safety concerns and lack of spacing issues. So Brett, turn it over to you. Here's your
I'll try to do it. I know that you've all heard a lot about the courthouse. So just like a refresher of the latest is that we did have COVID because we were all on site because there's no other way for us to function. We did have COVID rip through my staff a couple of times. It also went through other courthouses too, but it was devastating in our courthouse. Everyone is okay now, thankfully, but there's no way to space anyone out. I had people in offices, in corners. I shoved people everywhere. I mean, it was absolute madness. Just, like, here's a corner, you work here now. Here you're working on this little table, and they were there for a year, and I still wasn't able to stop outbreaks, even with masks and dividers and everything. So that was the update of how the building was hurting us. And then some of you probably heard we did have a pretty serious incident in the parking lot this past week because we don't have a secure parking lot, which we've discussed at length. And we have had a lot more people showing up at the courthouse that are having very serious mental health issues. And I did have someone approach my staff, 2 different staff members, bang on their window while they were at the car in the morning, demanding their name, demanding to know where the judge was and where she was parked, trying to get to her. And our parking lot is wide open to everyone. And there was no one there to see what was going on. And he got to multiple staff members and absolutely terrified my staff. So that's just a couple highlights of what we're currently going through and then of course everything we've discussed in the past.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Moss, you had something?
Yeah, I don't know if you're exactly the right folks to ask about this. Are you particularly involved with the relatively new indigent defense, and is that taking up resources? How is that impacting?
So we all have MIDC attorneys within our courthouses every day. The resources come from the state. That it's no longer part of our budget. where before, I'm sure you know how it used to work, but, how it impacts us, I mean, we have MIDC staff members who schedule the attorneys, and pretty soon, actually, it's going to be, the next phase will be, it's going to be taken out of our hands. And this would be a question probably for Corp Counsel, what they plan to do, as far as, I had heard that they might just create an office that sort of separates it all together. So, yeah, we all have MIDC attorneys, but it doesn't really impact our budget so much anymore.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? Have any more questions for the district courts? Okay, the only question I have, and this is my own ignorance, is we have these 4 courts that are funded, through grants and everything else, but you're part of our general fund budget. And then we have district courts in other communities that are funded otherwise.
Right.
And I have a fundamental question about who's, are some communities subsidizing other communities' courts by the way we're set up? I don't know. And I don't even know if you would have an answer to that, but I don't understand it. I really don't. And I'm,
The way that the district courts are structured is very complex, and so I can completely understand the confusion. But back in the 1970s, I think, when the district courts were formed, can't remember what year it was, there were Category 1, Category 2, and Category 3 courts. And municipalities, cities, townships, they had the opportunity, if they wanted to have more control over their court, to have their courts classified as a Category 3, which would be a city or township-run court. And so those other district courts that you referenced, like Bloomfield and Waterford, Pontiac, those are Category 3 courts. At the time that the district courts were formed, the vast majority of Oakland County was sort of rural. And so those areas, Novi, Rochester, Clarkston, Troy, that were largely unpopulated, didn't have the sophisticated city or township to step up and say, yes, we'd like to operate and fund our own court. So Oakland County stepped up and said that they wanted to have control over those areas. And so this is a Category 2 court, which is funded by Oakland County. And then the Category 1 court, that's funded by the state of Michigan. And by and large, those were the areas of the state of Michigan, like up in the Upper Peninsula and the northern parts of Michigan, that really had neither city, township, or county structure to step up and operate or fund their own courts. And so you have a smattering and hodgepodge of different court structures and how they're funded. So I guess in a nutshell, that's the overview of it. And it is very complex. And there's a lot of discussions going on at the Supreme Court and state court legislature as to whether the current system is the best and how better to fund our courts as a whole going forward. And that's a whole hornet's nest, down the road.
I appreciate that explanation very much, and I guess I'm not so totally ignorant. I'm better informed now, and I really appreciate that.
And
So,
can I just make one comment
Sure.
about that too? So when the county, my understanding, because I've been here a long time, when the county was interested in doing this, you got to remember, there's been a shift where now maybe this commission doesn't want us to necessarily be so revenue generating, but we were a large revenue generating between the 4 of us operation. So at the time it was, that's a revenue generating. I want to have control over that. And now, things have sort of evened out probably the way they should. But I think that was partly why they had the interest at that time, in that time period.
very interesting. Okay.
And that was also the reason why a lot of cities wanted to maintain their courts, because they were getting a revenue out of it.
Exactly. Okay. Thank you for that. Anybody else have any other questions? Going once, going twice? Okay, well, I
Thank
I
you.
thank the district
Thank
court
you.
staff for coming before us today, and you've been very informative, and thank you.
We'll be back with our grant someday.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you for having
Right,
us.
we're gonna
Now we gotta work on
just
your
take a
e-filing.
short moment here for the next group to come forward, which is
Madam Chair.
Circuit Court.
Quick,
So we're gonna
excuse me, Madam Chair.
stop the mics until
To
the
Judge,
circuit court gets
oh,
up
he's
here.
gone. I was going to ask Judge Fabrizio, Lyman Briggs?
About the circuit courts, and then we'll open it up to questions. Just give us the highlights of your budget and the important issues for the circuit courts this year, and if you can, a little bit of a flavor of how you managed the pandemic and what you changed, and, you know, just kind of fill us in on how it's been this last year, what you think your needs are for this year, and then we'll open it up to questions. So go right ahead.
First of all, good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
It's a pleasure to be here. As a former commissioner myself, every time I venture to this side of the building, it brings back fond memories. I must say this room has changed a lot since I was here. The table's bigger and it looks nice. You have a lot more technical equipment. But I see a lot of friends around the table and a lot of others, some new faces that hopefully will become friends as we go forward in partnership here for the county. My name is Jeff Mattis, and I am a Chief Judge Pro Tem of the Oakland County Circuit Court. Unfortunately, our Chief Judge, Shalina Kumar, couldn't be here today, so she asked that I fill in for her, which it's my pleasure to do. So it's a pleasure to be here to have an opportunity to talk to you about our circuit court budget. I guess I'll go back to my statement about as a former commissioner, I know that the commission and the circuit court have always had a really outstanding working relationship, and certainly the commissioners have always and continue to support the court, and we do appreciate that. Also want to recognize the work of the Finance Committee. As a former Finance Committee member myself, I know going through these hearings is a lot of work, takes a lot of time. The books are very thick, and I do appreciate the effort and time that you've all put in, especially preparing for us today. So I'd like to introduce the folks that are with me. To my right is Kevin Offner, the court administrator. To my left, John Cooperrider, the business manager. John's sort of what I call the numbers guy. When you ask about line items and numbers and details, I'm probably going to defer to John on some of those questions sort of deep in the weeds, because that's really his expertise. Behind me on the video are a few people. Pam Momville, deputy court administrator, works with Kevin and assists with the operation of the court. Suzanne Hollier, friend of the court director. Obviously, the friend of the court's a very important part of our operations. and Jeanette Leschen. She was the Chief Assistant for Operations at the Friend of the Court. We've had an opportunity to review the budget that the county executive has recommended. We've had input into that budget, and we agree with it. We think that it's appropriate, that it will help fund the operations of the court. Obviously, barring any unforeseen circumstances, we think it will allow us to continue to carry out the functions that we need to, our duties and responsibilities to serve the the people of the county. So let me touch on a few things that you probably would like to hear about our operations. So obviously, the last year and a half presented tremendous challenges for us. We have 20 judges at the circuit court. We handle cases across the spectrum. We have a family division that handles divorces, custody, paternity, juvenile delinquency, criminal cases involving juveniles, parental abuse, neglect, adoptions. We have a business court section, 2 judges that handle business disputes. One business is suing another over various business-related issues, and they handle those cases. Then we have the civil criminal division, of which I'm in, and we handle civil lawsuits, everything from a dog bite, a slip and fall, up to very large personal injury or very large cases, and adult criminal. Again, felony cases, everything from relatively minor felony, maybe a theft-related case that just happens to be a felony because the value of what was stolen maybe goes above some limit, up to a murder, first degree, where the person is facing life in prison with no parole. So we have a lot of judges, we're very busy, obviously, and a lot of court functions. And so when the world changed last year, obviously we were all of a sudden faced with the challenge of how do we continue court operations, but within the safety framework that the health department and the CDC and that we all had to follow. And so we did shift to virtual video operations, probably like most of the world. I think we were very successful at keeping the operations of the court moving forward. I think as Chief Judge Fabrizio said before we started, as they did, we used video technology as much as we could to keep the court running where it was appropriate and where reasonable. A lot of court hearings can be conducted by video. Preliminary pre-trials, whether it's a civil case, maybe a scheduling conference. A lot of things can be done. And what we have found is that a lot of litigants and lawyers like video proceedings. I'll give you one example. So we have an adult treatment court program in the Oakland County Circuit Court. And the concept of the program is we have people in our county who have substance abuse, alcohol, substance abuse addictions. And they're convicted of crimes. And it's easy to just simply put them in jail or send them to prison. But at some point, they're going to get out. And if a person is a drunk driver, and he's going to repeat and hurt or kill somebody someday, simply putting him in jail, potentially all you're doing is delaying the bad event from happening. You're not really solving the problem. That's the concept. Now, sometimes it's necessary, to incarcerate people. But the concept of the adult treatment court program is we want to try to change the behavior. We want to change that outcome so that the person is not simply going to get out of jail and just repeat and get drunk and do something bad someday. And so certainly not every case is a success. No guarantees on that. But we've seen a lot of success where we've had people go through the program where there is no repeat offense. And I'm a big believer in the program, and I think if we can, through our actions, can prevent even one horrible event someday from happening, we've done a good thing for the county. And so it's a program, and I would say the Supreme Court is very supportive of this, we call them specialty court programs, is very supportive of that. And so I oversee a number of men that have substance abuse issues, and we have a monthly session where we get together, and there's a whole team of caseworkers that assist me, and they do the day-to-day work with these gentlemen. So we get together once a month and we go through every case, and it's an afternoon session. Well, most of these people are working. They have jobs. And in the old days, they would drive to court and sit in the courtroom all afternoon and wait for their case to be called. Now, through video, what we've been able to do is we do the proceedings virtually. And so if someone, say, works in a factory, instead of having to take the day off, and all of a sudden now the boss is on his case, why did you take the day off? You take too many days off, do I need to, does it impact the person's job? Now the person can go out to his car, sit in the parking lot when his case is called, we can do his session, and then he goes back to work. And so it helps keep his employment, which ultimately is really supportive of his long-term success, that he keeps income for his family, for him, he can pay whatever he's been ordered to pay, keeps working, as opposed to potentially losing his job. So there's a lot of advantages of technology that we see with our operations that we've learned through the last year and a half, that frankly we're going through the process, like Judge Fabrizio said, of trying to determine going forward, what do we want to take from this last year and a half experience and make it permanent to help us operate efficiently and appropriately where we're able to. But what other things do we have to go back to the old ways of doing it in person? Certainly jury trials, certain in-person evidentiary hearings with witnesses. There are certain things we probably are going to have to always do in person. But there's a lot we can do going forward. But there will be certain challenges with that. Obviously we haven't been set up for long-term video operations. With example with the jail, to have it's very convenient to do video proceedings with incarcerated individuals from the jail, but the jail wasn't built to accommodate all the video hearings of all the district judges all around the county, all the circuit judges, all 20 of us or so. They just weren't built for that. And so there's some infrastructure, technological infrastructure issues we're going to have to address in terms of being able to go forward and have these continued video proceedings, or even enhanced, which I think ultimately long-term could be very beneficial, but there will be certainly some challenges and potentially some costs associated with that. But that's a process we're going through right now to try to incorporate sort of the best, what we've learned over the last year and a half, long-term. I would say that the Supreme Court has recently issued orders that direct us at the trial court level to use video services whenever reasonably possible. And so the Supreme Court is very supportive of video, and we're following that lead and looking into it. And as I say, there's going to be times where it's not appropriate, but other times probably where it will be. Just to touch on some other issues that you probably want to know about. So obviously the county has a retirement plan that's been offered for employees. Like every department in the county, we've obviously had people who've taken that opportunity to retire. We're going through the process now of looking at positions. If someone retires, do we need to fill that position or do we not? And there's decisions that we're going to make and are making right now. Obviously, some positions are mission critical. We need to fill some positions, but not always. And so that's something we're trying to do so that we can be good stewards ultimately of the taxpayers' funds and working with you. And then ultimately, making sure we can do our job, but that we do it efficiently, as well. I guess the other thing I would indicate is in terms of just our operations, something else to keep in mind is because we have the different divisions, we've got a business court, we've got family court, what may work in one division of the court may not necessarily work in another. If you have a divorce case, is that the same as if General Motors and Ford are suing each other in terms of video technology, what you can do on video, what you need to do in person? So that's just another element to our process is, it may not be a one-size-fits-all. It might be something that each division of the court, with its own situation, might have the use of technology might be different in terms of what works one versus another. I guess I don't want to take all the time up here, so I'll sort of wrap up. But I'm reminded of something my dad used to say. My dad gave me a lot of advice. He passed away a number of years ago. But he made a comment to me once that I've never forgotten it. He said, within every problem is an opportunity. You just have to be smart enough to find it. And I've thought about that. Obviously, this last year and a half, we've had tremendous problems, issues and challenges, with COVID and what it's caused. But I'm convinced that there's opportunities here, that we've learned things through this process, through technology and new ways to do things, that we can take the best of the last year and a half and go forward to really be efficient and to serve the people of the county very well. So I'm optimistic about the future, but certainly there's always challenges. So with all that said, again, I thank you very much for the opportunity to be here on behalf of all the judges of the court and our entire staff, and we're ready to answer any questions you might have.
Well, thank you, Judge. I will open it up to the committee at this time, starting with Commissioner McGilvery, followed by Commissioner Moss.
Thanks, Judge Mattis. I'm curious, the whole pandemic, has that caused any kind of backlogs in hearing cases since we're doing them all virtually, or is it working better?
It did. Yes, the answer is yes. It did create a backlog because we weren't able to try cases. And so we had a year and a half or more, whatever it's been, where we could not try a jury trial. Now, understand, a lot of cases resolve. It's in the civil, let's take the civil world. You have lawsuits that I think the studies show 90-some% of all civil cases settle, and they never go to trial, but some do. In the criminal world, of course, same thing. There's pleas, there's agreements. Sometimes a prosecutor and defense attorneys will work out an agreement, and assuming the judge agrees, that case gets resolved too. So a lot of cases get resolved, but some need to be tried. And so yes, we weren't able to try cases. We have started. We've recently begun the jury trials again. And that's created a real challenge for us because we have to follow the social distancing requirements to do that. And that's the biggest challenge we have. The courtroom I serve in, the jury room, is not big enough to accommodate the jury because you have obviously more jurors with a criminal case, and it's smaller than this room. And so, yeah, it's smaller than this room. So I can't use my own courtroom that I serve in to try a case. So as a result, I have to use a different courtroom. Well, now I've displaced that other judge from his or her courtroom, and so we're going through the process now of identifying different dates that we all have to work together and to have trials, and then we have to identify which cases. So essentially, the way we're doing it is obviously if someone is in custody in the Oakland County Jail, they're entitled to, they have constitutional speedy trial rights, and those cases are getting a priority. In custody, criminal cases certainly are getting a priority. And we're setting them now for trial. But there's no doubt, we went over a year and we were not able to try a jury trial, and that did increase our cases. I think as we're setting dates now, setting a trial date has a way of prompting people to resolve cases. And so we're seeing that as we're setting cases. In fact, I'll tell you from my own experience, I had a day where I set 11 cases for one day, assuming that at least one of them would go. And as I came up on the date, all 11 resolved. And none of them actually needed to be tried that day. And this was a few weeks ago or so. And I'm hearing that from my colleagues, the same thing. As we're setting these hard dates, a lot of the cases are resolving, but not all of them. So to answer your question, yes, not having been able to try a case for a year and a half resulted in a backlog. And we're doing our best to work through that now. And we're being successful in large part, but definitely there's cases that need to be tried, and we're making them a priority.
Any idea how long that backlog might last?
In terms of numbers, Kevin, in terms of trying to quantify the number of cases or the backlog, what would you say on that?
It's difficult to try to quantify that. We went through an exercise last week where I had staff try to look at each judge's docket, try to determine how many cases are pending trial. But as the judge mentioned, each judge has a criminal call each week, and you might have 4 or 5, 6 cases that settle on that Tuesday or that Thursday. So it's hard to get a count. If I had to venture a guess, and I apologize that I can't hone in on a specific number, we're probably in the area of 100 and upward of backlogged cases that need to be tried. So we're just starting we started June 21 to hold jury trials. We're kind of slowly gearing up. The latest uptick is causing some concern because we were really starting to forge ahead. And now with the Delta variant and all that, we're still, the health department says you can still try them, but they've given us some COVID safety measures that we're following. But we had hoped to be able to start doing 3, 4, 5 a week, and right now we're still kind of plodding along at just a couple a week. So it's going to take a while. If the numbers go down and stay down, we can really get back into it quickly. And I think we'd probably wrap them up, I would say, within a year and a half.
Yeah.
Be caught up to speed.
And just one other point, just to touch on following the directives of the health department, when we pick a jury, and I'm sure everyone's sort of familiar, we've got the large number of potential jurors, the pool, and then we go through the process of questioning and then ultimately arrive at the jury with the final juror. Because of the social distancing rules and the requirements we have to follow, only one judge in the entire building can pick a jury at a time. So it's not as if, on Monday, all of us are picking juries and we have 20 trials going at the same time. We only have one trial starting at a time in the entire building, and that's because we have to follow all the rules. As I touched on with the jury rooms, we have to use courtrooms for jury rooms because the courtrooms were not built for social distancing. They're too small. And so as a result, if my colleague's trying a case, she needs to use my courtroom, I can't even be in my own courtroom doing a proceeding because now my courtroom is a jury room. So there's just a massive coordination, and there's a million moving parts that I'm not even touching on, just that complicate the process. But we clearly, we're focusing on the fact that we're trying to move these cases as fast as we reasonably can and identifying the ones that need to be tried in the priority, in the order that we can try them.
Thank you.
Sure. Anyone else?
Commissioner Moss.
Good to see you, Judge Mattis.
Good to see you, too.
Former Commissioner Mattis. And Mr. Offner, it's been a while. It's good to see you. Okay. I'm one of these people that believe everything has now changed because of the virus and the response to it. And you've gone farther than most anybody I've talked to about recognizing the changes and building them into and institutionalizing the changes. And you really, most everybody else has just kind of said, well, that's how we're going to do different. Have you guys got a plan? Have you really come up with a plan about how we're going to march into the new era, the 21st century, where we're using hybrid and all that? I mean, are you really? Because if you are, I'd really like to see it.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're going through that process right now. I mean, I can't show you a written document as we speak, but absolutely, that's something we're talking about. Candidly, we before the Delta variant increase, we sort of thought we were on a certain path, and then the numbers sort of have changed, and now perhaps we're maybe on a little bit different path than we thought, at least at that time. But there's no doubt. I mean, we're going through the process, as I've said, of how are we going to operate as a court? How are we going to use technology? It's certainly different than what we've done in the past. The old school was everybody came to court, sat in the courtroom, the crowded courtroom. You call your case, everybody would come forward. Wednesday's our motion day. So obviously I was in my courtroom this morning conducting my motion call. I was sitting in an empty courtroom and everybody was on the computer. And as attorneys or litigants cases were called, they popped up on, and like the folks behind me here, and I conducted the entire proceeding on the record with lawyers and litigants in their homes and their offices. And the Oakland County Bar recently had an event that Judge McMillan, one of my colleagues, led, and I was a part of it. And the lawyers and the litigants just resoundingly said, we like video. We don't like having to drive to court and sit for hours. We like the convenience of being at home or being at work and being able to use that. Now, obviously, there's challenges with that, and I think we've all heard stories of people not being appropriately clothed on video, and let's just say that.
I always wear
pajamas.
Various things. So, and there's technology issues. I mean, certainly, like this morning, I had a case I called where, the person, we could see the person's face, and we couldn't hear him because he wasn't pushing the audio button, and we're telling him, turn your audio on.
Unmute yourself.
And so you're going to have issues like that. There's no doubt.
Yeah.
But overall, I think generally, most people want us to use technology as much as we reasonably can and where appropriate.
As structural a change as, say, motion day post 9/11, when the line goes out to the parking lot. I'm just impressed that beyond just talking about, like I drive north to come here, and it's nothing but office buildings. I'm wondering how many of those office buildings are going to be occupied in the next year or two. And as far as I'm concerned, the pandemic is endemic now. This is our future. So once you get your plan together, I'd really like to see it. That you've one of the few organizations in any of them that seems to have actually gone beyond the things are going to change to actually we have a plan for it.
Mm-hmm.
Well done.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
keep an eye on it.
Any questions? Commissioner Cavell?
Hi, Judge.
Hello.
I was looking at our little cheat sheet here.
Yes.
And so one of my question is your recommended budget, and Lynn might need to help because I think I said something wrong about words the last thing, so she jumped up and said, actually, it's not the right word, so forgive me if I
She
do
used
that.
to do that when I sat where you are.
There you go. You already
She did
know.
it to me.
Yeah, right?
No, not often.
So that dang VESIP she's taking, right? But, so your actual expenditures have never gone over 47.9 million in the last couple of years from what we're seeing.
Okay.
But this year, you're being offered or recommended the executive saying, we want to give you 51 million. What is the purpose behind that increase, I guess? Or I would consider it an increase. So why?
And John, whatever you would like to feel
Start,
that.
you-
Go ahead.
Okay. Part of that increase is the compensation study. I think probably between $1 million and $2 million of that 51 million are attributable to increase in salaries because of the compensation study. Now, that's being offset in part because of the fact that, as Judge Mattis referenced earlier, we have 44 people who took the VESIP, and we're probably only going to fill about 2/3 of those positions. So part of the increase is attributable to that. And Commissioner, I don't have the benefit of looking at what you're looking at. Are you referencing the 2020 actuals, or are you even going before that?
They gave us a running total of back to 2017, but
Okay.
the 2020 says 43.9 million. But the biggest they got was, according to this, 47.9 in 2018 actual. Your budget was higher, right? So it stands to reason that you get budgeted 50, 51, 52 million dollars, but you've never, in the past few years, exceeded 47.9.
Yeah.
So I get coming into, I think we call it truth in budget, so I understand that in alignment. But then that, in effect, right,
Part
will
of the
actually create an
2020,
increase.
obviously, and the night leading up to it would be, COVID's had a big impact
Sure.
on reducing all of our expenditures, so that would make it a little bit wider there.
And Commissioner, one other thing that's going to happen too, that's reflected in the 2022 budget and not prior, is legislation was enacted that takes effect October 1 that gives us, Circuit Court, jurisdiction over 17-year-olds. Up until this point in time, they've been under the jurisdiction of the district courts largely. And we've tried to do a count as to how many 17-year-olds we're going to get. And we think it's somewhere in the neighborhoods of about 220 to 240. I think those are the counts that I've been seeing. And so come October 1, we get jurisdiction over those kids, and we also get the corresponding costs associated with that. I don't know the exact dollar value that's going to be associated with that ultimately, because we really don't know exactly how many will come under our jurisdiction, but that's something brand new that we're going to have to face, and that's incorporated into the 2022 budget recommendation.
Okay.
And if I could just touch on it, that's a good point to make, is that, sort of in our line of work, every now and then there'll be a decision that comes down from the Supreme Court that, or potentially legislation, that really affects what we do and might involve increased cost. One example is, for example, the U.S. Supreme Court a few years ago came down with a decision about juvenile lifer cases, that it was unconstitutional to sentence a juvenile to life without parole, without any opportunity of parole, unless you make certain findings, and there's quite a process now. And so all of these cases came back, and now we are forced to have hearings on all of these juvenile lifer cases, and they're quite involved, depending on the circumstances of the case. And that's a lot of hearings that prior to that decision we didn't have to have, but now we do. So, and that's just one case. So that happens from time to time and I suspect it will going forward. There'll be some new law or some case that comes down that may change our workload, sometimes dramatically, in a given area, or regarding certain things.
Okay.
One last thing, too, that I could point out, we've been making a concerted effort to keep people from going to out-of-home care placements, keeping them in their homes and so forth. So we've been making a concerted effort. We've got several in-home care programs that we utilize right now to keep kids in their homes, so that saves us the large expense. So you can see that in the state institutions and the private institutions, numbers are way down.
Yeah.
So it's because of that.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Welcome.
Excellent, thank you. Anybody else have any comments or questions? I just have a couple. So the question of cell phones, we've talked about this before. Are we allowing cell phones now in the courtrooms?
We are. The Michigan Supreme Court enacted a court rule that requires us to allow people inside the court with courtrooms. In fact, that we even have to allow them inside the courtrooms with cell phones.
Okay.
So,
And, okay. And then, did you meet the overall 4% reduction that the county executive was, asking all the departments to take a good stab at and really try to get there? How did that affect you?
we came just short of the 4%. I think, I don't know if Lynn has the numbers, probably about 3.5, 3.3.
You were probably closer to the 4% than most.
I think, yeah, I went over, we had a meeting over with Kyle Jen a couple weeks ago, and he said, I think we were number 1 or number 2 in terms of approaching this goal.
Right answer.
We came very, very close. Yes.
Good, glad to hear that. But your first statement when you came here was you are comfortable with the recommended budget of the county executive. So you think
Yes.
you can do everything you want to do with the money we're going to approve here if we approve this budget?
Yes.
And as an environmentalist, as I have been all my life, I'm really glad that we have less people driving on the roads. If you can find ways to, work virtually and, keep people from driving. The number of tickets will be down, but we won't have so much black stuff in the air either. So I appreciate the fact that you are looking at that as a positive, this forced us to do things differently, that maybe it's really a better way now. And I appreciate that you're open to that and moving forward. And the last thing I will say is I'm really quite familiar with the substance abuse courts at the district and the circuit court level, just because I've really tried to pay attention to that. Yeah, it is transformational, I know, in some people's lives to be dealt with in that regard and not have to, go through the whole thing of, I lost my job because, the fact that there's a whole system set up to support these folks and get them back on track as productive citizens, it really is true that it happens. It's to our advantage. It's to the advantage of the population at large. It's to the advantage of the person who's trying to get well. And I am in full support of anything we want to do to continue to move that forward and expand it if there's an opportunity to do it. Because I believe in, redemption and people being able to have a second or a third or a fourth or a fifth chance if they want it. So thank you for that and for your efforts in that regard.
You're welcome.
And that is all I have today, if nobody else has anything else for the folks from Circuit Court. Going once, going twice. Thanks for coming today.
You're welcome. Thanks for having us,
Appreciate
and
you
if you happen to have any questions after we've left, please, I think Kevin would be the point person. Let us know, and we'll get you an answer.
Okay, great.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Have a great day, everybody.
All right. I'm going to suggest we take a 5-minute break till 2 o'clock so everybody can make a run to the restrooms and get a drink of water. And at 2 o'clock, we will start up with probate court. I see Judge Ryan is here. She's been here. She came, okay, but I need to.
We'll be done before, it's at 4:15, but maybe it won't.
We'll be done before that. We're gonna do probate next, we're gonna go fast.
Didn't you learn your lesson?
All right, everybody back in your seats, please. Unless you want, you don't have to be sitting down, you're just in the middle.
Hear your name, Dad.
Everyone knows I'll stand for anything.
LOL.
Yeah.
Oh, we're getting loopy. All right. We are going to welcome the staff from the probate court, Chief Judge Ryan, as well as her support staff. Welcome to the Finance Committee for your budget hearing reviews. Same thing we've done with everybody else, just fill us in on your budget, hit the highlights, what are concerns of yours or things that you want to share with us, and then we will do a round of questions for you.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, first of all, thank you all for having us today. I'm Judge Ryan. I'm Chief Judge of Probate. This is my administrator, Edward Hutton III, and John Cooperrider. And John Cooperrider is like the master taskman of everything. So
Is your middle initial F?
You're too nice. Hey, close.
anyhow, I know that you guys have had a long day and everything went running over. I kind of listened to a little bit of your questions. I'm pretty much going to say ditto as to what Judge Fabrizio and Judge Mattis said when it comes to the Zoom issues. We've had successes, we've had failures, we have no delayed matters, because fortunately we don't have a lot of jury trials, so we were able to kick it through. So with regard to the Zoom issues, we did come to a conclusion amongst the 4 judges that it's really good for the developmentally disabled docket. The families don't have to, get their adult disabled individuals dressed or out of their routine. They really freak out coming to the court, especially highly autistic. They like their structure. So that works great. Mental health is also great. It'll reduce the cost of the transportation costs from the hospitals to the courthouse, and then also the deputies sharing the holding cell with juveniles. We don't have to share anymore because we're doing all remotely. So we're going to do that going forward. As far as the other cases, that's a hit or miss. It all depends. Some cases are, as probate, we don't have just a plaintiff and defendant. We have interested parties, so it's not unusual to have 15 people who all get a say. Actually, Commissioner Weipert would know that because he practices in probate as well. So there's some cases that we'll try to do it by Zoom, and if the people can't behave or the technology issues, then we'll have to say, come on in. Other cases, it's a guaranteed, come on in. So that's a hit or miss. With regard to our budget, as you probably all know, we have no wiggle room for any cuts. I'm sorry. So when you asked Circuit, how much of your percentage did you get to the 4%? Ours is 0. But we did get a pass because we really have 0 monies to cut. And with the elderly and the vulnerable population, we have to provide those services. We don't have electronic filing, so it's very, very difficult for, not yet, they're gonna do a statewide one, and we're scheduled what, Ed?
Early next year.
Early next year, which you can tack on another year. Right. The way it runs, and there'll be, so the problem is even when we do go to my file, we're electronic filing, it's gonna be half and half. Half the people will be able to do it, another half won't. They either don't have the requisite knowledge or the technology, they're poor, they're vulnerable, a lot of them are incapacitated. So ultimately, we'll have to have some kind of setup where they can come to court and we have employees, helping them out to do that. That's pretty much where we're at with, the filing and the budget. Ed and his staff did a tremendous job over the pandemic. Because probate's so hands-on, we've had the courthouse open since day one for emergencies, for transports and things of that nature. So we've had to file things, email, fax, Dropbox, by mail, and then only emergencies they could come in and file. And so we have staff going connecting the checks through the mail by the email filing. It was just an enormous amount of work. Triple the work, less the employees. And so the problem is always money, as you all know. Going forward, the Supreme Court, as you heard, wants us to do remote as much as possible. Certainly, we'll try to accommodate that. But when that happens, and we're not asking today, we're going to give everyone a pass this year. But we'll be coming back asking for more staff. Because with the new court rules that just passed, and I think, Ed, you'll be able to confirm this and give details, we're gonna need a heck of a lot more staffing because we don't have my file yet. And it's just too hard to do both. Because when you move somebody to the electronic division, then you're missing people at the front counter. When you have people at the front counter trying to help, the little, old person that doesn't know technology and the language, and they're taken away from the filing processes. But as of now, we're like a duck on water. Little feet are paddling, but we're calm on the top, doing the best we can. I think we're doing a really good job. As I said, Ed and the supervisors and his staff have just been fantastic. Data Tech has been great, helping us all out, getting our equipment we need at home and in the courthouse and for our staffing. John and his staff have been tremendous. I mean, the county really has come together. And I think we've done a tremendous job. With regard to the budget, I don't know any of the details other than we don't have any wiggle room, so I'll leave it to these gentlemen to answer any questions on that. And then, of course, any other questions that you have.
Okay, appreciate that, thank you. All right, I'll open it up to the commission. Commissioner Moss.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thanks for coming. Okay, so you know that you're going to have some massive changes coming down because of e-filing and other things. Do you have like a transition plan so that you know that in a year you're going to need X amount of staff and you're going to need X amount of facilities and Y amount of data or whatever, and this is what you're going to need to execute it? Do you have, are you going to come up with something like that, I would assume? Yes?
Yeah, well, yes, and that's something Ed will work, be the point person for, because he knows how the front counter works best. All I can say is we don't have a plan right now. The rules just came down.
Yeah.
And also probate, not only the court rules changed, which just changed, but there's legislation right now about that whole elder abuse task force that's going to require the judges to make different rulings on their record. It's going to require more time for our hearings. So right now, there's so many balls in the air, we don't know what we need. I mean, it might be new judges or magistrates set up like a friend of the court type situation. That's on the legislation portion, and that hasn't passed yet, but it's coming, and it's going to. A lot of it will. And then the court rules as well. So we don't have a plan now, but Ed has a really good idea of what we'll need.
I have a good idea, and I keep an open mind to it. I'm always thinking down the line to anticipate what we're going to need when we do that. Right now, there's only one probate court in the state, that's Ottawa County, that has gone to my file. So really, they're figuring that exactly what you asked. They're in the process of figuring that out right now. We're in a good place because the circuit court has done e-filing for a long time, so we're also going to borrow from their expertise and their experiences when we implement it as well.
Because it looks like Circuit Court is breaking trail on a lot of this stuff, and as far as being a guinea pig, let Ottawa County do it. They're better them than us.
Well, they offered Oakland County to do it. And
yeah, I'm sure they did.
They asked for the probate, and Ed and I, SCAO was not real happy with me personally, not Ed.
Well, I know what legislature does throwing curves. We were on the indigent defense stuff.
Right. Well, they asked us to be a pilot program during the pandemic, and I said, "There's no way.
Yeah.
There's just no way. We already were a shell of a corporation or a shell of a counter." But Ottawa started a little bit earlier. But we are second in line. And they know that Oakland County has a lot of good resources because Circuit's been doing it for so long. So we're going to, work. But the thing is the my file for probate is statewide. It's not going to be exact as Circuit.
Yeah,
but they'll dovetail. We'll figure that out.
Yeah, because the deal is, the pandemic came and everybody went holy moly and dealt with it, but dealt with it on the fly. But you guys know going forward that you're going to have to be dealing with these things. So,
Absolutely.
At least have.
Like it or not, we got to adjust to society because it's not going to adjust to us. So we're ready to make the changes as necessary, and we're thinking proactive. And Ed is, fortunately, he knows technology way better than
Yeah,
me,
no
so.
longer pandemic, it's endemic. So, yeah.
Yeah, no, we know we have to come up with an emergency plan on scenario 1, scenario 2, scenario 3, scenario 4. What's our backup? How do we do the transition? The details we don't know yet.
And what it will cost.
Well, We don't know that yet, but you'll certainly be the first to find out.
Well, I would think so, yes.
The cost should come from the state. There's money set aside
That's true.
to implement electronic filing through the state, so that should come from there.
Yes, it should, and that's what they always say.
That's for the,
Right, and they'll conveniently forget that, and we'll be sure to remind them.
I remember in this room, they said, gee, it's those, those idiots up in Lansing that did it to us, and so I decided, I went up to Lansing and was an idiot. So anyway, idiot wasn't the word. Yeah, just, as you know, these things are going to come down. Might not be a bad idea to have your plan in your back pocket.
Of course.
Thank you.
We're pretty much, I'd say we're 60% there. It's just the details and, the devil's in the details. You don't want to rush that.
That's why I stay away from details.
Anybody else have any questions for this group? That was kind of my question, was if we're getting these state mandates, is money coming with it?
Some, not for staffing,
That's my
but for all
job
the
to ask that
electronic, for all the electronic and
It's just for the MyFile.
just for the MyFile.
It's just for the MyFi. So if you have to add staff to do this.
That will not come.
you'll be
And we're
coming to
already
us.
short staffed. Again, I don't want
Right.
to, I'm going to give you all a pass this year. You're not going to hear me begging for more porridge and stuff right now. It's been quite a year. But just brace yourself, because we will be coming back asking, not because we're being greedy. If you saw our digs, you would realize we're not by any means asking for ivory
We
tower.
actually took a tour when we began.
Yeah, weren't you impressed?
Well,
We don't
I'll
even
tell you
have a
what
fire
impressed me.
suppression system in our file room, which we are mandated to keep paper files for all the wills. We have
That's-
wills from the 1800s, and we're the only area in the courthouse that doesn't have a fire
That's what
suppression
impressed
system.
me as we sat there and watched you deal with, a family and various folks, was the stack of paper that was being moved from this
Mm-hmm.
corner to that corner and that, yeah.
A lot of manpower. So once it's all electronic, that's going to be real nice, at least for managing the files. It's not going to be as easy as Circuit with regard to the people filing because of the different nature of people.
Right.
But as far as the internal operations, oh my goodness, it's going to. So this is where Commissioner Moss, your comments come into place. Is, for example, today, I'm just making up these numbers, so don't freak out. Let's
I
say
do it
we
all the time.
needed 10 employees today. Well, once we get that MyFile, that 10 employees might only need to be 5 because they won't have to do so much of that manual labor because it can be a click of a button. So that's what we're hoping, so we don't really know the details yet because we have to see how that all works out.
Thank you. Commissioner Moss, do you have one more question?
Let's hope. Yeah, you should be so lucky. The question is, do you have any idea, estimate, rough, stupid, wild guess, whatever, how much money you will be looking for down the road, or what will count? So at least we have some vague idea going forward, so you don't come in and blindside everybody and give us all heart attacks.
I don't at the top of my head. I don't have any idea because I don't know how much benefits cost and things. And basically, the money will need to be bodies. And I don't know what that accomplished. But Ed has a better idea, maybe as far as employees.
When we make those requests, we always supply those numbers, and we didn't come up with those numbers this time because we're not making that request. But we would be sure to do that with regard to staff.
In advance as well.
But that would-
We will give you all a lot of advance notice. It won't be at a meeting like today or even 2 months in advance. We're going to be constantly working on that, and maybe find, Ed or John will
Yeah.
find a point person on the finance commission and say, okay, here's just an idea what we're looking at.
Yeah, that would be
So
a
that
nice.
you can plan.
Yeah, that would be a nice thing going forward,
Yeah,
since
no
you know
problem.
that you're going to be having some radical changes coming down the pike.
Yeah.
You know that you're going to have to be doing things to say that, well, we're currently I can make up numbers too. $10 million. I know we're going to be needing 12.
Well, what I envision is a lot more, just because of these major changes, just a constant form of communication versus once or twice a year. Just constantly communicating back and forth, back and forth. What do you need? Well, we need this. Well, how can we cut that? And just always having communication.
There's your chair.
And we'll go from there, I think that's the best route because it's all fluid right now. And we just don't know the details. I mean, we're still, do we wear masks or not wear masks, let alone how many employees and numbers. So
And I think that's a problem. I mean, that's a discussion that's happening across all the departments.
Yeah, I'm
You know,
sure.
how many people do we need now? do they need to be at home? Do they need to be here? What kind of equipment do they need to do their job? And so on. So you're not alone in that. And I think probably a year from now, this whole picture is going to
It'll
look a lot
change.
different.
Like, for example, we can't have in probate because we're paper-driven. Nobody can work remotely from home, other than the judges and Ed. I mean, that we're the only ones, because everyone else has to be hands-on.
Making stacks of paper.
They're doing their, it's part of Oak Fit.
It's
I think probate always wins. We always win in probate, too. So, but yes, we definitely plan on having regular communication. We don't want to blindside anybody. We definitely are going to be frugal. We're just going to ask for the absolute necessities. And at this point, we don't know the details.
I jumped in the middle of your conversation, Mr. Moss, Commissioner Moss, so.
Well, you're the chair. That would be your prerogative now, wouldn't it? No, I'm done. Thank you so much. And you summed it up actually better than I could have. Well done.
Thanks. Anybody else? Going once, going twice. Well, thank you.
Well, thank you. I think that we win the prize for the shortest meeting.
Yeah, pretty much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Truly, stay safe. Thank you for
Thank you.
listening. Thank you for not being shocked. And thank you for giving us a pass on the budget cuts this year. If we could, we would. And we did try to take a stab at it, but big old wah, wah, wah. You win a donkey and a sombrero. Door number 3. Thank you, everyone.
Walk through it, which
Thank
is
you.
what we were.
The post-2:00 slump.
Yes. All right, so we have one more group that is going to come before us. Right now, our mic is off, is that correct?
My grandma said you can't do anything about God's work, so.
Yes, I can.
Always worked very well and closely with the commission, regardless of who's in charge. We tried to treat everybody with the same respect and give them the same information, regardless of now the Democrats are in the majority. When they were in the minority, it didn't matter to us. We gave them the same treatment and the same treatment to Republicans now in the minority. We think you're commissioners that are tasked with a job, and we don't view public safety as partisan. In fact, I have been pushing for years to make the sheriff a nonpartisan position. I don't understand why it is, but maybe at some point that'll get changed. Like judges, we don't answer the phone and say, 911, what's your emergency and what's your party? So, and judges don't do that. They're elected nonpartisan. So we've always approached our work that way, and we believe we serve everyone and want to be an open book. We encourage all of the commissioners to come visit, spend time with us anytime you have available. We'll show you any operation you're interested in seeing. To your question, challenges, it's a constant evolving space. I heard a little question about masks and so we've been working all through COVID. We never stopped working, never stopped being in the buildings, couldn't stop. We can't work from home. You can't have somebody on cell block, Zoom to the inmates and say, okay, you guys doing what you're supposed to be doing? And we can't do that with patrol cars. Can't do that in anything we do. So, we've all been at work every day, throughout the whole process. And so that's been a challenge, obviously, because of all of the things that are going on, both with the pandemic, but also the challenges in law enforcement. You know, the national dialogue about law enforcement obviously is front and center. But we believe we've been very much ahead of those trends. In fact, for many years, I've been pushing for some reforms and changes on the state and federal level. I wrote a white paper called Policing 2.0 many years ago, and have been pushing for a lot of those to be enacted, many of which you saw were complete abject failures in Minnesota had they followed the kinds of things that we follow, teach, train, and adhere to. So, you know, we have that kind of added thing going on, that all law enforcement tends to be lumped into that picture, and so that kind of trickles down and puts a greater strain on our folks that feel like, you know, they're demonized, quite frankly, fairly regularly in the national media by a lot of politicians nationally, and it's unjust and inappropriate. You know, when an officer does something wrong, they ought to be held accountable. And we believe that completely. But those that are doing the right thing every day ought to be uplifted and supported. And it's become a challenge, you know, to keep folks reminded that there are tons of people out there. When they watch the national news, there's tons of people out there that do support them. And thankfully, our communities in Oakland County, all through the crisis, we were still doing coffees with the sheriff, different protocols, but I felt it was important for me to be out there with the public during those most challenging days at the places where they shop, so that they could ask questions, they could interact. We couldn't do what we normally like and hug and shake hands and that kind of stuff, but they could ask questions, because that's an anxious time for people. And what we received at all those coffees in all the different communities, whether it was north, south, east, or west, or darn in the center, was how much people appreciated law enforcement in Oakland County. And that is really the wind beneath the wings of our frontline folks. So those are the challenges. The opportunities are in these times to look for ways to do, and we do this all the time. How do we do things better, cheaper if possible, more cutting edge, look for ways to deal with initiatives that no one else has tried, or shamelessly steal one that's successful elsewhere. So, you know, mental health challenges have been front and center, and we've been the leader on that across the state for many years, partnering with Common Ground and with Easter Seals and CMH and all the different partners that we have to do diversion and treatment and try to get folks out of the jail that aren't best served there and were never meant to be there, but have become the default dumping ground, sadly, in our society. And we've said this for many years, that the state and the federal government, under both parties, has walked away from, I think, their responsibilities in mental health. I fought then John Engler as governor when he closed facilities, vociferously fought him when they closed Clinton Valley and they closed Lafayette Clinic. And, you know, now we're seeing it play out in the streets. Every call we get and every person that's booked into the jail, we look at the statistics, and a large number of us are related to mental health challenges. So when I became the sheriff, about 8% of our population was so challenged mental health-wise they were medicated. It drifted up over time, continued to drift up. I think pre-COVID we were in the 30% regularly, and I think as of today we're in the 40s. So when you look at our population, that many people have a mental health issue and oftentimes are medicated. That's not the best venue for them. So I think there needs to be more action on the state and federal government. So that's the opportunity I see, and we keep pushing. How can we have a better system for our folks in the community that are challenged with mental health issues, keep them out of the criminal justice system, keep them from becoming acute, and then having an incident in the street where someone possibly gets hurt. And I think there's paths forwards. You know, what you've seen in our budget on the 20,000 foot, we were tasked, like, you know, the rest of the county, we had to cut about a $1.5 million. So we actually cut a little more, and then added back some positions we thought were important to still, even given cuts, to address. And 2 of those are focused, 3 of those, 2 full-time and 1 hopefully contract, will be focused on mental health activities. I think that that's critical important. Agencies our size, oftentimes 5 full-time staff on just their peer-to-peer programs, because that's how challenged the mental health is within agencies these days. Police suicides outstrip line of duty deaths, and that's a terrible statistic. But also, you can't help other people unless you're healthy yourself. So, supporting our people and keeping them helped and processing the very crazy and difficult things that they see and do every day allows them to go back and help people that are in those crisis moments. And so that's part of our budget request, is to add back in those positions to focus on mental health. One of the other challenges, to speak to your point, is recruiting. In this dialogue of police negativity, not many people want to become a cop anymore. Old surveys used to say about 75 to 80% of the police officers that were questioned, would you encourage us to a friend or family? And typically 75, 80%, absolutely, I love my job, and police and fire service oftentimes is generational, where one kid goes into it after another kid and another kid, and we have had that here. We've got 3rd generation deputies. But now you ask that survey question nationwide, and it's reversed. 80% would tell people don't go into this career. And that's a problem, because what you're seeing around the country, where this has really become bad, is they're lowering their standards. And that's the worst thing for law enforcement in America, is to hire people with less standards, not the best character, and put them in a job that were already under a great deal of scrutiny when people make bad choices. When you put bad people in positions to make choices, they're often not good. So that's one of the challenges, I think, for this profession in the next decade, is how to continue to recruit the best and the brightest. And so one of the things that we have in our request is a full-time recruiter that will focus on bringing more people from a lot of communities that we traditionally have a very difficult time getting folks, especially communities of color. I've tried for years to have school districts offer a curriculum in the high school that would focus on military and police curriculum, so that maybe it would pique the interest of a child that maybe never thought of police or military or even fire service as a career, and then we could recruit them in when they got out of high school. But so we're going to have to get novel, I think, on how we can reach those communities that may not typically think of law enforcement, and draw from a more diverse pool. We were down at the Ferndale Pride and had a recruiting booth down there, and we're at all sorts of different outreaches. But we have to do more, because as of right now, we expect eligible to retire in the next 5 years, 280. We currently have 46 vacancies, and 49 took the VSIP. So where that plays out in real time for us is really adding to that stress within the agency, because we have all these vacancies. We can't fill them, but we can't leave them unmanned, so we're forcing people into overtime. And there's no end in sight, and they're becoming very depressed about it. Some have left the agency because of it. We always do exit interview sheets, and one of the ones said, I just didn't see an end to the forced overtime. And so she left and went to the private sector. So those are some of the challenges that we're facing. This forced overtime is really bearing a heavy weight on our folks, after weeks and weeks of getting off 8 and having to work another one. And especially when it backs up to your 2 days off, they don't work Monday through Friday, so if your 2 days off are Wednesday and Thursday, and now you get forced into a double shift Tuesday night, you really don't get days off, and that's draining, especially in this environment. So those are some of the challenges, but again, we see opportunities to do things differently, to recruit in more spaces, to try to change some of the things that we've been doing, as I mentioned, within the ranks, to bring mental health practitioners in to do recruiting and to do some different things. We try to stay on the cutting edge of all this. The opportunities going forward in the future, we see some new technology potential with the radio system that you're all aware of being built out, one of the largest projects in the country. There's some underlying other technology things that we think we can plug into that can really keep us on the cutting edge of protecting the community countywide. I don't want to ramble too awfully long on challenges and opportunities because there's so many. I want to leave time for questions from you.
Well, thank you very much. Okay, I'll start with Commissioner Long, then Commissioner Cavell.
Thank you. Good to see everyone. And that's exactly what I was going to ask about recruitment. I'm really worried about it. I've even asked my son, I'm like, you'd be perfect deputy. And then he looks up, going to the police academy, looks up the pay. So the pay is a problem too. It's like, oh my gosh, they do so much work for that little pay. That is an issue, I think, also, is the starting pay. When you look it up, it's low. So some of these kids are thinking, I can make more, I'm risking my life. Do I want to do that? I won't be respected, like how you say with the environment now. But I just wondered you said you go to the military. Are the college days, do you guys hit up those? Like at Walled Lake Northern college days? They have the booths. You go to those? Just, trying to think of that. That's a good spot. They have those
we
at
go
all the
to
high
as many
schools.
things as we can, but again, we don't have a recruiter.
Okay.
So
that would be something they could do.
And given we're short-staffed,
Right. So
that
you
means
kinda
we're
need a
pulling
recruiter.
somebody that might be forced into overtime over here to go there. And so, it's kind of like there's 30 holes in the dam. Which ones do you put your fingers in?
So are you asking for, did you put a recruitment in this budget?
Yes.
Okay, good. Because you do need someone. Then they could go to hit those college days because that would be a good spot to just introduce them to it and give them the paperwork or whatever they want.
And I've had conversations with the commanding general from Michigan.
Okay.
Obviously a great source for us is the military. When people muster out, they come
Right.
with already an understanding of duty, of teamwork, of chain of command, of something bigger than themselves, character, ethics. It's right in our wheelhouse to recruit from the military. So, we've partnered with the military every time we have the opportunity. We were one of the first to give added, credentialing points for applicants from the military. We're constantly seeking men and women as they muster out of the military to look at this as an opportunity.
I definitely think you need a recruitment, I hope one's enough, because I know this is gonna be you're, not to say you, but your deputies are gonna be, they're aging out, and there's no one to replace them, so I'm very concerned. I'm very concerned about that, and then, I forgot my other point. Well, that's it for now. So, I'm glad you're getting recruitment, you definitely need one, so.
Thank you.
Commissioner Cavell.
Thank you, Chair. Hello again, Sheriff. So I have a few questions, but in two buckets. One is based on revenue and the other is based on training. So from looking at the budget, I am wondering how I can find or where I could uncover the proceeds from the sheriff's auction and what that goes to.
The proceeds from the auction.
Oh, the proceeds. Well, there's different parts, right?
Sure.
So, our fleet goes back into, obviously, vehicle, and then vehicle
We don't own the
operations.
cars.
We don't own the cars, so when we turn 100 cars back in, those auctions end up going to the fleet operations and back to that side of the shop, not to us. Some stuff specific related to forfeiture, that would end up in the forfeiture accounts which you get, and we go through and make requests out of that, whatever the balances are occasionally. And then,
So we do have a general fund line item, so that's under other revenues for, it's 670228, county auction. So our 2020 actuals were roughly $10,000. Our projected budget is 15,000. That's fluctuated. Obviously, they didn't have in-person auctions for COVID, so a lot of it is just BidCorp, the online auction, but that's the line item you can find it.
Thank you. And then what are reimbursement contracts? And that's on page 140. That's a line item, I don't remember which one, but I couldn't understand. What is a reimbursement contract?
Because we have a number, we have reimbursement sales.
631799? Because it's
Okay, so that's you see it come through the board, so that's a resolution for Oakland Community Health Network, or SCHN, for our positions in the jail that do the medically assisted treatment program.
Okay.
So inmate caseworker, and then I think there's also a part-time position.
And their budget is not, the budget is zeroed out then for the coming year, so you're going to get
So
rid
we
of those?
do one at a time, so we'll bring a resolution to you, and so the budget won't be amended until we bring that resolution to you.
Gotcha. Okay, thanks. And then the inmate boarding care was that's a couple line items up on the same page, 140, 630959.
Yes.
So if I understand that line right, that is roughly $300,000 in 2020 came in as revenue because that's what, say I go to jail for a night, it costs me however much to be in jail. You send me a bill for the jail and food and any phone calls I make, and I pay that. Is that the total? Am I getting that basic point?
The
Is
phone
it
calls will
total?
be separate, they're paid for it at the time.
Okay.
And this is actually what we've sent out to collection, so we have
Okay.
a contracted agency that does collections, and so that's what that line item is. So anything that we get from collections, which isn't a lot,
Yeah.
is in that line item.
So you're expecting or hoping that collections will
Yeah.
recoup 325?
Some, but it's not anywhere near that dollar amount.
So then,
Because what you'll find is a lot of folks are indigent and they're
Sure.
uncollectible, but maybe the guy that got stopped for drunk driving and did 5 days is a millionaire.
right.
He's collectible. So the total of actual collections is significantly lower than what is collectible
Yeah.
under state law.
The last time I checked, I think we bill over 20 million and we collect between 300,000 and 400,000.
So we kind of touched on this when we sat down. Why then put out that call, and is there a way to be more discerning with indigent and non-indigent? Why, yeah, there are people that can pay, like the DUI example, that's a GM exec. And there are
Yeah.
people that can't pay, like someone driving without a license that doesn't have a job, that just spent a week in jail and doesn't have the $500 they owe. So why go after,
Well,
can you be
they
more
probably
discerning?
end up not being collectible, but they get
Sure.
billed. I guess it goes back to the state law philosophy, is that their behavior caused that cost, and the question is, do you want the taxpayers to pay for that or the person
Sure.
that did the criminal behavior upon conviction? If you're in jail and you're not convicted, you're not billed. If you're in jail and you're adjudicated and convicted, and they usually the court says, here's your court costs, so they have to pay the courts, and they have to pay a lot of these other kinds of things as part of their adjudication. And philosophically, the legislature said you should also pay to the extent you can, and again, most of them are uncollectible, because you cause that cost to society yourself by your own actions. So that would be a question whether you want the taxpayers to pay for the behavior of somebody that committed a crime.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, that's also the same sort of reasoning as like reparations after World War I, right? As bad behavior requires you to make repairing payments. But I guess part two question then is, what is the role of the
No, I don't,
All right.
I don't think
We're
that's
getting to a
connected at all.
philosophical conversation.
Yeah, no,
I'm
that's
wondering
not.
with you. Okay.
We're trying to
So,
get through the budget.
okay, to that though, thinking of training then, just to get back on topic. So, your training department has 7 staff, right? And 1,338 people. Is that comparable to other departments of your size? Because you talked about the importance.
Right,
of
no,
training.
we run lean. Pretty much everything we do, one of our people would do the job of like 3 or 4 in other agencies our size.
Right. So how
I
many
mean,
more?
we could use twice the amount of training officers, we could use twice the training space. I mean, obviously, my priority is a new training facility for the county, not just the sheriff's office, for a new EOC and dispatch, because we're woefully inadequate there on both federal standards on an emergency preparedness basis. So would I like to have more training people? Yes, but, we run fast and we run inexpensive as best we can. We try to limit our requests to the taxpayers and you for support. Could we use more? Absolutely. We're fighting all the time in Lansing for training money. almost everybody in Lansing and Washington believes that training is one of the best things can happen to get better police outcomes, and that's what nobody funds. I've been chasing funding for both of those things for years. I've met with President Obama, with President Bush, with Vice President Biden, now President, and all I asked them about this, and we need more training facilities. We tried to get training center in these appropriation line earmarks, and we got feedback, no brick and mortar. I said, well, if it's an infrastructure bill, what is it if it's not brick and mortar? So it's really super frustrating to have everybody in Lansing and Washington talk about training, but nobody pays for it. I think we got, what, 100 and, what's MCOLS this year?
About $110 per deputy.
So that's what the state gives us for training.
You can't have one class for
$110.
Then, are you asking for more training officers or time or reimbursement from us this year?
No, we had to cut our budget, so, it's a constant balance. So, yeah, so the recruitment sergeant or another training, and the recruitment sergeant's gonna be, so, I mean, everything's a tug-pull when you're running lean.
And so then the last question about training is, so when you do training, how much is, I guess, no, there's two questions. When you do training, how much is taken into account conflict resolution, de-escalation, implicit bias? Because from my day of spending time with all y'all.
Yeah, they train on all that.
But it does, so what I recall is that is not an integral part of the training regimen with the 7 training members.
Oh, no,
of
it's
the unit.
absolutely, conflict resolution, de-escalation is a big training block. Sensitivity, I mean, we did a whole program that was pretty much a leader around the state and country on individuals on the spectrum. I mean, there's so many different training blocks that they plug in because what we have to deal with in terms of somebody on the spectrum, somebody with an acute mental health crisis, somebody that may have a medical crisis with AIDS or with COVID. All of these things have to be precision immobilization driving. All of that has to be compacted into a schedule that they build out a year in advance. So conflict resolution and de-escalation and all that is very much part of it.
Understood. And then last question. The sheriff's office has 2 helicopters, right?
Correct.
How often are they used and how much does it cost for every usage? Just to think also in comparison to how lean and understaffed your training program is and how hard it is to find time to train deputies and what that cost benefit might be.
They're used all the time. They get called out, and even when they're not on duty, they get called out, requests from all communities. For example, Hazel Park had a catastrophic fire on I-75, and the helicopter was a key thing preventing loss of life, I think, of firefighters. I was on scene, and we used the helicopter in an orbit above the fire that was burning intensely hot, and used the FLIR system, the forward-looking infrared, to determine where the hot spots of the fire were, to determine if it was getting close to an underground gas main. It was a really important question for the fire chief. So the fire chief came in our mobile command center where I was, and we watched the downlink real time from the helicopter with the FLIR so the fire chief could make deployment decisions with his firefighters. So, I mean, those kinds of things you can't put a price on. Had they gone in the wrong spot, he could have lost 10 firefighters.
In the budget though, how much does it cost?
Oh, well, I'm explaining some of the uses when you say, if we cut here, but then then we wouldn't have those capabilities.
Yeah.
So, and the funding, if you will, for all of the helicopter operations came from within our budget. We didn't ever ask for more money. We compressed our budget internally and found savings elsewhere and paid for the helicopter program.
Right. By
So
privatizing
on an
the common
annualized basis, it's in your book, but I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
I couldn't understand how to
Yeah,
find
so,
it.
so
Yeah.
well, it's under equipment maintenance, so our
Okay.
3-year average is about 300,000. It fluctuates every year because it's based on flight time. So depending on which aircraft goes up for which amount of hours, they're required to do different inspections and
Sure.
different maintenance. Then obviously, you know, a hose will go or something, so each one is, you know, we get a quote for each repair and just hope for the best. So, like I said, the 300,000 is a 3-year average, and that's because we had a major overhaul in 2017, so that kind of bumped it up. We don't normally spend more than the $300,000 budget each year, but like I said, we're just always hoping that every repair is a minor one and not a major one. So, but yeah, at certain points, we have had to do, at the one aircraft, we had to do a major overhaul and probably will in the future, but I'm in constant contact with the people that oversee it to say, hey, you know, where's my next mark so I can plan for that in the next budget cycle.
Do you know?
And preceding
Yeah.
you being here, 2008, we had a downturn.
Mm-hmm.
And we cut 165 positions and didn't get them back.
Mm-hmm.
And 2 of those positions were full-time pilots. So we're already running lean with personnel in the aviation unit.
Understood. Do you know roughly how much it costs per flight hour for the helicopters?
Per flight hours, no, I could get a
Okay.
calculation
Yeah,
to
we
you.
can talk. Thanks. I appreciate the time.
Sure.
And the philosophical conversation, you know, like going there.
Well, I have a philosophical thing I want to bring up too, but that's okay. Commissioner McGilvery, do you have your hand up?
No.
Oh, okay. Anybody else? Yeah, Commissioner Charles.
Thank you. 2 comments and a question. First off, I want to thank the Sheriff's Department for the work you guys do with the county parks. Being new to the board and to the Parks Commission, I had no idea all of the beautiful spaces that we have here in the county, and I'd be remiss if I didn't say, as a Black person, that I didn't always feel comfortable even at the idea of going to any of our North Parks. And so what has made me feel comfortable is just knowing that I have the full support of our county sheriff for public safety. And I think that's oftentimes overlooked. We assume people are using these spaces, but just being fully transparent, I feel a lot better about using them today. Second thing I wanted to comment on is that I am, just like Commissioner Long, extremely concerned. I was even concerned when you mentioned it to me in our one-on-one about the mandatory overtime, the recruitment. And, we want our best and brightest in front of our kids, in front of our, flying in the planes. I feel the same way about law enforcement or public safety officials. And so it's going to be my objective. I don't really care about party either. In fact, I spent most of my elected office as a nonpartisan. And so what I guess the brass tacks for me is how can we, this is a rhetorical question, how can we better support what you guys are trying to do while having the national conversation look a little different? Of course, Oakland schools, I'm sure you guys have had conversations with them. The universities were brought up, and I guess the bottom line of that is just the mental health aspect, because it's, they just talked about with the January 6th insurrection how officers are taking their lives. And some of them are, going through weekly mental health counseling just from that experience alone. And prior to that date, the data shares with us that those folks were already working overtime. And then you have that happen, and so it just compounds it. And so when we talk about infrastructure, I look at it as, brick and mortar, but also just the mental capacity of people and how we can better support them. So I've been championing the idea of a proper training facility. I honestly, quite frankly, don't even care where you put it in the county. I think it's important for us, if we're going to cry foul about the behavior of police officers, we have to support them with the funding. And so I think they call that unfunded mandates are always the case. So those are my 2 comments. I will close my question because I think Commissioner Cavell asked about the maintenance for the air patrol units. So then my question would be, is the office providing real-life training opportunities for the next generation of workforce? And do you think that will help out with any kind of backlog?
So we're providing real-life training to the extent we can with the facilities we have. So, you know, when you're using a rented school, and previously before that, we used an old abandoned building, and before that, a home square, Builder Square. Used to, when they went out of business, we used a big vacant warehouse. And so we've never had a purposeful built training center ever. And as one of the largest police agencies in America, it's kind of embarrassing. You know, it's long overdue. And the facility that we have envisioned, again, every police agency in the county would be able to use it. It would have state-of-the-art capabilities. We would co-locate everything we've kind of got scattered about. We have some good equipment that we have that we can put into that, and others that we would acquire. For example, our simulator, and anybody that hasn't been in it or seen it, we'd love to run you through it. So it challenges them to make real-time decisions, and they can change the scenario. So one time the person's going behind your back and they come out with a gun, and the next time they come out with a cell phone.
Oh, yeah.
So, you know, it makes them, in a stressful situation, have to make decisions. And then if we have a real training facility, we could do sims where it's like high-velocity paintball. They could actually have engagements like that and train, like if they're in a school, they could set up portable walls within the training center. And so, okay, you're now in a school, you're going in to protect kids. Kid comes running down the hall, but then the next is the shooter. You know, when you saw that down in Florida, the kid that was the shooter was a student from the school. So all of those things, the more you can have that real life training, the more likely they're going to make better decisions in the real world. That's my belief. So to back up a little bit, I've said this and I believe it to my core. The two best ways to get better police outcomes in all situations and to alleviate the tragedies we've seen is to have better hiring and then relentless real-world training once you have them. And we already do incredible screening to the extent we can, and I've been pushing Lansing to give us more tools. For example, when we got hired, we took a polygraph test. Now it's illegal. I don't know why. At some point in the history, Michigan decided it was too intrusive. I'm subject to a polygraph any moment because I've got a top secret clearance, so they can call me in and polygraph me. But we can't polygraph somebody that's applying to be given a gun to go out into the community. That makes no sense to me. It's not a thing you can testify in court, I get it, but it may be a pointer. You know, we would ask, do you have a social media account that isn't under your name? Are you part of any kinds of, you know, hate groups? Are you? And if there's deception that's noted, we're either going to look a whole lot deeper or we're going to kind of red flag this is a problem. Our system already catches a lot of folks that other people have hired. If you remember the case where the individual in Inkster, where he beat the man, he applied here first, and we turned him down. The sergeant most recently in the news in Detroit that you saw has all these problems, he applied here twice. So we try to be very proactive in screening out folks so that we get people that come with the right heart and the right character and want to do things for the right reasons, and then try to train them to the best of our ability. But I again think a training center is so integral to that. You know, body cams are an accountability tool, but all they are is a verification of, are you doing things right? And so you have to teach and train to do things right. Otherwise, the verification is going to show you nothing but problems. You know, when you have an isolated problem, then you can fix it. If you have a ton of problems because your policy and training is bad, like in Minneapolis, they were training chokeholds up until the day of that tragedy. Wow. That's a problem. They choked 20-plus people unconscious in the year before and still taught chokeholds as a primary tactic. So that's where training becomes all important. And training right, and training with the right kinds of facilities and the right kind of training.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Commissioner McGilvery.
We want a training center.
Yes, sir.
And I think it's a good idea. once you get the training center, how are you gonna pay for the training itself? We got the building now, we got the place to do it, how are we gonna pay for that?
Well, we would move our staff into there, and that, they would train our folks. And what we would envision is a program where we have done this for a lot of the smaller agencies, train the trainer. So we would train them up so that they could run different kinds of scenarios inside the building. So, like, for example, when I was a local officer with another agency here in the county, I was a hand-to-hand and a weapons instructor, and I was then trained up to be a trainer in those things, and also was qualified to run ranges anywhere. So if you have a Madison Heights officer as a trainer can come up and then put his folks or her folks through the training in that facility. At some point, if the usage was dramatic, maybe we finally get the state or federal government to add some grants for best practice training and add staff. I'd love to add a full-time training staff for, every police agency in Oakland County would get the, access to some of these top-notch, best-in-class training. I mean, that would be my dream, but, the way we envision is to run lean like we always have initially and see if we can keep going. I mean, one of the other things when you talk about opportunities, one of the things there's a lot of grants out there, especially now, but we don't have a full-time grant writer. So, and the grant writing process, the application process, quite frankly, is a little more cumbersome now because we actually have to bring a request to apply for a grant to you for approval before we can apply. So that there's a delay there. It used to be we would apply and then you would decide, do we want to accept it or not? Now we have to apply. And so sometimes, we won't hear about a grant opportunity until it's due in 2 weeks. Well, we don't have enough board meetings to get it, approved to apply. So, we would love to apply for more grants and get some more training dollars and do those things. And again, that's one of those tug pulls. But I think we'll partner with, certainly starting with some of the biggest agencies that may have some training staff and see if we can have some synergy on how we could do some novel things in the training center. And because our goal is, to have a higher level of training for every agency in the county, not obviously just the sheriff's office, because some of the place you need the most training is little agencies that don't have the capability. Oh, and the other thing, the sheriff or the undersheriff mentioned, OCTAC. I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with OCTAC, but OCTAC came about after Mumbai. I got a classified brief on the attack in Mumbai, and I deep dived the whole scenario, and it unnerved me a bit in terms of what happens if that happens anywhere in America. What's the response capabilities, and would we be overwhelmed like Mumbai was? It took them days to regain control of the city. And so I called every police chief in Oakland County together. We had a meeting here at our office, and I pitched to them that we need to train together, big and small, every agency in the county, get on the same training platform, the same footprint, the same programming, so that if an officer from Madison Heights rolls into an event and an officer from Hazel Park is the closest one, they can flow together immediately and go right into that school. They don't have to go, okay, what are we going to do? They do it. And that launched OCTAC. And we would envision OCTAC would be highly involved in developing training classes and training protocols in the training center.
Thank you.
Commissioner Cavell has one more question.
Yeah, just one last question. You mentioned the grant writer, and I'm wondering, did you budget for one?
No.
This is your revenue generating position, right?
We had to cut 1.5 million.
Right.
So, it's hard to cut 1.5 million when you want to add a whole bunch.
I mean.
So what we added was mental health and recruiting.
Mental health for deputies internally, right?
And external. There's one that's
Okay.
focused on external response.
Okay, that's great to hear.
Yeah.
And grant writing is an issue for not only this department, but a number of departments. We have to look at grant writing overall too. I would like to see a much more streamlined process for the whole county, so we're not taking lots of time in every finance committee meeting to be talking about things that maybe should have been talked about offline, because it's only gonna become a bigger problem here with art money and infrastructure money and grants from everywhere and all of that. So it's a good topic, but it's bigger than the sheriff's department. Anybody else? Okay, I have a couple of things. The community I come from, I believe, I mean, they say this, and I haven't checked lately, but every member of the police department is a college graduate in the community I live in. Now, that's really pretty nice to have, right? And when I first heard that, I thought, well, what does that matter? I mean, if they majored in art history or something, how does that apply? But I know that many of those are criminal justice majors and that sort of thing. So it's just that whole idea of elevating the officer and staff to a level of professionalism that all the other professions are that are out there, and recognizing the police officers as, you know, educated, strong people who can make good judgments. As that relates to your recruiting, and you said that you recruit out of the military for a lot of good reasons. Kids in the military are taught duty, command, service, so on. Some members of the military come out with not necessarily positive attributes toward protect and serve the local population.
Sure.
And so I would, I'm not going to ask you about it, but I'm going to say I would hope that that's a piece of what you look at, is when you're doing the personality checks. I mean, we've heard there are people who are veterans in police departments who went to January 6th. I hope we're screening those kinds of folks out of our police department with our recruiting, okay?
Yeah, and I've seen actually a more classified report on that. Statistically, it's pretty tiny. And it doesn't
Right.
minimize the fact it's there, but pretty much every profession was there. It's more emblematic when they're police officers.
Beating on
And
other
we take
police
offense to it
officers
when
with
another
hockey
police
sticks.
officer shows up and is causing problems for a cop.
Right.
We're not happy about that.
Okay, yeah.
But to your point, we do psychological screening, and we do a deep background. I mean, we're not just saying, okay, you're from the military, you're from wherever, you're from, Harvard. It doesn't matter where you're from. We're going to ask, what was he like? What was she like? What did they do here? How did they react? We talk to neighbors. I mean, we do a real background. Some agencies don't. We've had people we've terminated get hired at other agencies, even here in the county, and never called us. So that's a problem.
Yes.
And I've tried to address that with legislation that, that needs to be a deeper dive. To your point on the education, I would love to have everybody have a college education, but that, again, limits your pool.
Right.
And most oftentimes it affects community of color. So, we have not done that because we don't want to have another barrier to drawing from some communities that typically may not think about this as an option.
Yeah, and I don't mean to bring it up to imply that that's necessary. It's just elevating the idea of professionalism in
Right.
this service. And I support you in trying to recruit the most strong candidates wherever they come from.
Yeah. And one thing, and they'll all speak to this, when we get in promotion time, a number of times we'll get to spots and I'll go, this person hasn't tried to advance their knowledge, their improvement of themselves. Why don't you whisper in their ear, maybe go to community college and take some class in this and try to get some further education so next time you're on the promotion list, I remember with one of our lieutenants. Yeah. We sent that message to 2 or 3 times. And now he's Lieutenant Tovar here in this building.
That's good.
And I was real proud of the fact that, and that was one of the deciding factors when I promoted him. I'm proud of you. You did exactly what we encouraged you to do. You know, it's not just about what you're going to give me, it's how can I make myself a better person for the job and for the community I serve, and education's a way to get there.
Protect and serve is important to me, that's how we approach. And you know, your department has a terrific reputation, and I'm grateful that you represent us to the community. I really am. So the one other thing, I'm the one commissioner who voted against the military hardware acceptance to this, and I will continue to raise that as an issue if you're trying to bring more military equipment into. And I'll just tell you a little story. When I moved to back to Michigan, and my community, we don't have a 4th of July parade, we have a Memorial Day parade, and it's all about the veterans. You know, you can't campaign, nothing. It's all about the veterans. And in about 2004, I'm at this little parade with my little boys, and along comes this military vehicle down the main street of my town that, you know, we don't see that kind of trouble, right? It just was super jarring to me that was in my face. You know, it said to me in an unconscious way, you know, there's danger, right? And it sent a different message than I think, it felt bad to me that was, it was new to my community in the parade that year, and it really felt bad. I am not in favor of, you know, more militarizing the police. When you talk about defund the police, that's sort of the flip side of that is we don't want you to become more military. We want you to become better trained. We want you to have the resources that you need to do the job right and really address the 40% of your, you know, people in the jail that are mentally ill. We want to deal with that right. So I appreciate your thinking about all of these things. I'm putting my philosophy out there for you.
Sure.
You know that. We've had these conversations before.
Yeah, and I understand, you know, the visualization of that. And if it were an everyday asset, that's one thing.
Right.
But, you know, in every room around this building, there's an AED.
Right.
You don't think you're going to drop and have a heart attack right now, but if you did, you're really happy the AED's there.
Right.
And the same thing is true with the military equipment. We don't deploy it unless it's a situation where it can save a life. You know, in West Bloomfield, when we had an active shooter and he killed a West Bloomfield police officer and was raking his neighbors' homes with automatic gunfire, we couldn't pull up in an Impala and evacuate the neighbors, because, you know, he was firing an automatic weapon through the walls and striking the neighbors. He had killed a police officer and wasn't going to come out alive by his own statements. And we used armored vehicles to put between the shooter and neighbors' homes, put whole families in to get them out of harm's way. That's what we use our military equipment for. It's a very small percentage of our activity, but oddly enough, it's one of the most requested things for parades because some people love to see it. Now, we've really downplayed sending it to parades because some people love to see it, and then they want their kids to crawl in it and oh my gosh. And, in fact, we just got a request yesterday from a community who's having an event and said, would you send one of the armored vehicles? It's our favorite vehicle. All the kids love it. So, you know, that's kind of the tug pull on the impression, but I want to be clear, there are no tanks in police in America. I'm the point person on this for the country. There are no armored vehicles that are weaponized. They're big safe boxes. They're just like what goes to a bank every day to protect money, except if that bank gets held up, then we send that to protect the people inside or outside of the vehicle. So about 95% of the military 1033 program is non-weapon, non-armor. It's file cabinets, it's boots, it's a host of things. So we're talking about 5% of the programming, and of that 5%, probably 1% are weapons, and the others are vehicles. For us, the vehicles have become lifesavers, but they're also, depending on the place, you know, as I said, I represent the country on this issue. There are some communities that use those exclusively as rescue vehicles for deep sand or deep snow because they can't get there otherwise. We actually sent one of ours down to a hurricane in New Orleans at the request of the agencies because it was water capable. So it gives you capabilities you hope and pray you never have to use. For us, that's not a strategy. Preparation is. So I would love that they would stay in the garage forever. I would love that everybody has a weapon on their hip that stays in their holster forever. But we live in a different world, and so I'm tasked with think of the worst thing that could happen and then be prepared for it. So the day Washington decided tracked vehicles were too militarized and they were taking ours back from our building across the street, at the same time, they had an active shooter and terrorist attack in San Bernardino, and they were using a tracked vehicle to approach the car that they thought had bombs in it. And it just struck me as, I hope we never find ourselves in that situation, but I will not send a deputy up to a car in a situation without the protective gear.
Well, and I guess my point is, I just want us to be really thoughtful about it. I don't want us to waste money. I want us to be able to protect our communities, absolutely. But it is an issue for me to see this
And I understand
stuff
it.
going down.
And if we ever deploy it in a situation where it's not potentially life-saving, please tell me. I'm not aware of it.
All right.
It's always a high-risk search warrant or an active shooter. And tragically, we've seen those rise not just in big communities. We've been in Royal Oak, we've been in Hazel Park, we've been in Clawson, we've been in Farmington, we've been in Pontiac, and in Waterford in the last 12 months with active shooters. And I was there on scene and where gunfire was going on. And, it's...
Okay. Two other points. I agree with Commissioner Long, we ought to be.
I'm about to go out and put the top on my car because the horizon
gosh,
is black.
yeah.
I told him 4 o'clock, it's coming.
No, and we're going to wrap up here really
We need
quick.
to wrap up, but I do,
Yeah.
I agree with Commissioner Long. Let's look at the pay for the officers. If we're not paying enough to recruit the right kind of people, it's not going to happen in this year's budget.
Sure.
But I believe that across the board right now. The Wendy's at Novi Road and the freeway is closed because they're not paying more than $13 an hour, right? If we're not able to recruit the right kind of people to be the kind of deputies that we need, then we should probably be thinking about paying more moving forward. The other is cost sharing with the CBTs. I don't want to have this discussion now, but I know as we move forward on body cams and other areas where we do share what we're doing with the CBTs, big and small, let's think about and talk more about that cost sharing, because they do need to be reflecting in their own budgets the real cost of public safety for their individual community, even if they can't necessarily afford everything they need and want. Ooh, I hope he gets his top up on his car.
I've been bugging him all the time, he's been watching it from
But,
Chicago.
I would like to have a longer discussion on that topic at some point.
Yeah,
How
I
are
would
we
love to-
equitably sharing costs across the CBTs?
I would love to have that conversation, and there's a lot of history on it that, some folks that are here now don't know that, there was a long discussion and then a determination that local jail boarding fees would be wiped off of the local communities, mostly the South End communities, that were paying millions of dollars to send somebody to jail under local ordinance. The county will quit billing you for that if you'll quit, looking for cost recovery for every dime from the ones that have contracts with the sheriff, and that was the agreement. The other thing that's kind of an unknown quantitative cost is because we're the sheriff, we have jurisdiction anywhere in the county, and as a result, we get called into every community regularly. But those are actually contracted cars. So, like in Commerce, when they go to Holly, or whatever the case may be, or if we send cars to Ferndale, Dream Cruise, we're going to send people from all over the place. Lots of times those are being borne, the costs are borne to have that car go from a contracted area to a non-contracted area in the county. And that happens every day. I think we had 7 yesterday. So that's a fairly regular subsidization, if you will, of non-contracted communities by the contracted community. So there's a lot of layering that goes on, and that's why I think the county many, many years ago said, all right, we'll quit charging you boarding fees. We'll quit looking for every penny on this, because it's so difficult to get to actual cost recovery if you then have to back out, well, what if they send them here, and what if you know, those kinds of things.
Good, yeah, well, I would like to talk at more length over the next few months, because as we saw with the courts, COVID changed everything, you know, and it's probably a good time to be talking about how are we gonna do things a little differently in terms of money or personnel or whatever, what makes sense based on what we've learned. So that's all the questions I had. Anybody else going once?
I was just gonna
Of course, Commissioner Cabral.
I got nothing for the rest of the night, so yeah. No,
Scott's got nothing for the rest of the night.
But you put the top on.
Well, we have football.
Well, I just want to make a remark to back Commissioner Markham up and give credit where credit is due. That first, when you were saying about education, right? You don't need to have a college degree to be a good cop. So understood what your response was. But also, my dad drove an APC and 2 enlistments, and he commented on seeing an APC in one of the parades, going, "Oh, I drove those when I was in the military. That's weird." So I hear you. That's all.
But to your point, an APC is an armored personnel carrier,
Yeah.
meaning it's a big safe box.
Yeah.
It's not a tank.
Yeah, but if
And
you
that's the misnomer, is that, you know, it keeps people safe on the inside, but it doesn't shoot
the real
like a
misnomer
tank or
is
run
that
over a building.
if you get something, you're going to find a way to use it. So you could do something with drones that instead of using with helicopters, you could use a different device or tool than with an APC. That's all I'm
Well,
saying.
you
But
can't.
if you got it, you're going to use it.
Well, but except you can't evacuate a house with a drone. You know, you
Nor a
can't.
helicopter.
Right, so you have, that's why the tool is dictated by the necessity of the moment. And we don't deploy anything unless that asset makes the most sense. So sometimes the helicopter makes the most sense, because like if you look at a helicopter, there was a university study that basically determined a helicopter is the equivalent of 12 cars on the ground from an observational platform. So whether it's a lost child or a suspect on foot in an armed robbery, that helicopter is the equivalent of 12 cars. So do the math on 12 cars and 12 full-time deputies versus.
On overtime, most likely.
Yeah, so.
Gotta get that in there. We got
And other kinds of things. There's never been a police chase where a helicopter assumed operational control that resulted in a fatality. So they can do things that so it's situational. On the other hand, when we had a train derailment in northern Oakland County with toxic plumes, you don't want a helicopter flying into the plumes. That's a drone appropriate moment. So we try to operate with a scalpel, not with a sledgehammer. And we use this equipment sparingly and focused based on the circumstances.
Thanks.
Well, thank you to all of you for coming and walking through your budget with us and answering our questions. And thank you so much to the Finance Committee for sitting through this from way too early this morning till now. So really appreciate everybody's time. Does anybody else have anything to come before this committee today? If not, I call this meeting adjourned at 3:20. Thank you, everybody.